Hello, hi people. I see you all. Hi, hello, hello. How is everybody doing? Are we vibing out? So I never turn on monetized streams. I always worry about monetizing afterwards. But I turned on monetization before this time, and it keeps giving me an indicator at the top of the screen, like it's flashing. It's like now would be a time to insert ads. I could. It wants me to just throw you all into a mid roll right now. If I press that button, do you all get a mid roll? I would never do that earnestly, but that's so funny for comedic effect. Like if you all are calling me a fed, I could just drop you into an unskippable 30-second ad. Is that serious? Oh my gosh. Can I do it? Okay, hold on. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's see what happens, okay? Good afternoon, chat. Nice work, bro. Good evening. Alright, I'm gonna drop you all into a... I'm dropping you all into purgatory. Let's see what happens. Wait. Are you all getting an ad right now? Okay, other than the people who have premium, did you guys just get an ad? Really? Did it just did it just do that? Wait, hold on. You all say no. You have premium. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're gonna test it again. Okay, because all it says is insert ad. Like it's a manual button you can hit. Okay, ready? Hold on. Three, two, one, press. Hold on. Here's YouTube's help page about it. Monetize mid-roll ads enabled options. Lets you insert mid-rolls. YouTube will optimize mid-rolls during ideal ad breaks. Choose how ads appear. Creators can select specific intervals. Delay ads button. The what? Live ad revenue breakout. No, it's not. Okay. Will trigger ads to serve on your content. Ad serving is not guaranteed, and some viewers may not get an ad. So only some of you get it when I do that? What if I spam it? Will that make all of you get it if I get really mad? Insert mid-roll ads on a live stream. Okay, that should be what I have on. Go live from the top, click edit monetization. I've done that. That's the option I didn't choose. I have manual on. Choose how ads appear. Maybe channel members don't get it either. Maybe. Manually insert all ad breaks during a live stream. That's what I have turned on. Set channel level settings. A settings button. That's how often it appears. I have it set to manual. That's the button that's popping up on the top. The little dollar sign with the plus. New live ad revenue breakouts in YouTube analytics. This is all new stuff, I think. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a science experiment. Okay, I am going to hit the button twice, and then I'm going to run a poll, and the options will be, I do not have it that. Okay, so we're gonna do it. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right, I hit it twice. So now, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right, I hit it twice. So now, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right, I hit it twice. So now, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right, I hit it twice. So now, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right, I hit it twice. So now, Premium. Ad. Premium. Ad. Premium. Okay. Alright, now there's a poll. I need to know what power I hold. I need to know what's happening. Okay, some of you are playing, some of you are saying it played an ad for a second. So for a few of you, why did I just get a notification that my stream's bitrate is too high? I have too good internet? Okay, YouTube, grow up. Why? So those of you who did get an ad, I was just talking and when I hit go, an ad popped up. Like it just started playing an ad. Is that how that worked? To those that did get it. Yes, okay. So, has that ever happened in another stream of mine? Have you ever been watching me live? And not like when you watch the VOD, because I put mid-rolls in it then. But like, have you ever been watching me live and an ad just pops up? Yeah, actually, wait, there's been times you all been watching me live and ads. Okay, no, most of them are saying no. Okay, I was looking at the wrong part. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so now I have the power that whenever I want, I could just, I may not leave it on, because I do think it's a little weird to be watching someone live, especially, like, you know, people are donating and stuff, like, from monetary, I'm more than okay. Like, I don't need it. I don't need the mid-roll, but it is a power that if you all push me too far, I can send a few of you to purgatory for a while. Like, sure, those guys with ad block and stuff like that, it's not gonna help, I know, but a few of you, it will give me moments of peace. That's really fun. Cool. I know some of you have ad mods. If someone says they have ad block, kill them. Send them straight to the Shadow Realm. No free rides on this machine. Oh hi Admiral. Gonna work right now. Appreciate that Admiral content, means a lot. Yeah, Emesis Blue is good. Brother in Christ, don't give us ads. Follow us to donate ridiculous amounts of money instead. No, you don't understand. I plan, the ads, the ad button is now a nuclear option. If I get cornered like I was, like, being called a Fed last night, or the P thing, guess what? Guess what? I have a nuke button. And, like, the money that I get off of hitting that ad one time is realistically probably, like, if there's, say there's 4,000 people in chat when I do it, it's probably like 2 cents. It can't be more than that. Let me think. CPM per thousand. No, it'd be more than that. It'd be like $2, right? Maybe. Which is less than most of you would donate if I didn't hit the ad button. So, if anything, I'm killing the revenue when I press the ad button. But I'll do it. I will do it if it means I get to push you all through that temporarily. So, that's a good, I like it. I like it as a tool, as a weapon. That's fun. Ha 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 ha. I hope it doesn't just put the mid-roll in after it goes up as a VOD. Because if that happens, that's really lame. If while I'm sitting there testing it, there's like 4 mid-rolls at the beginning of the video. That's lame. I'll look at that later. But man, that's funny if it pops up during stream. I hope your wife comes back soon, but I will miss these daily streams. She's coming back tonight. I'm picking her up at midnight at the airport. So that's our timer to get this Hypnagogic done. Abusive sad boy Lucifer did nothing wrong. Are you sure it wasn't you? You're acting paranoid. Thank you very much, boss. A lot. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 50. You don't have to do that, but I appreciate it. 2023 is continual vibe check for humanity. It do be bucket of sunshine. First we out him as a fed, then he charges us to watch him. Yes, pretty much. Horror Dad, have you ever watched the house that Jack built? Yes, we actually talked about it last night. I like the film aesthetically. I have issues with the writing of it, as I talked about last night. But it's good overall. It's a good movie. Okay, so rather than doing what I did last night and taking like 40 minutes to get into the content, most of you all are here. It's also 3 p.m. on a Saturday, so most people are doing something right now. You know, they're out of the house or whatever. They're not watching a live stream, except for us degenerates, right? It's the wife coming home today. She will be at the airport at midnight, so I'll be picking her up. So, I think this is about as many people are going to be in here, 1,600, which is still a ton of people. Is Wendigoon a Vol fan? Go Vols. I am. Tennessee. I don't watch a ton of sports, but I am a Tennessee boy. I wonder why it took 40 minutes to get to Emesis Blue. Ray, listen. I was trying to stave off being a reaction streamer and stealing people's content, okay? And it worked. All right? Kind of, because I was able to talk about it. You know, I did what I wanted to do. You should do a video on banned books. I've considered a banned books, Iceberg. Can you give us your top 3 rap albums? Of all time? Oh, gosh. Oh, no, man. They wouldn't even be rap. They would be, like, hip-hop. But, like, Igor would probably be one of them. But Igor's not a rap album, you know? It's, like, yeah, hip-hop / R&B. But if I can extend it to that, like, artists who also do rap, it would be, like, My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, Igor, and, oh, man, there's so many good ones. I really like Astro World, but I also like... instead of Astro World, Good Kid, Mad City, to have one actual rap album on there. I would consider Good Kid, Mad City a rap album. I would personally, To Pimp a Butterfly is like equal in quality to me as Good Kid, Mad City. I know a lot of people like it more. I personally enjoy Good Kid, Mad City a bit better, but it's perfectly respected. The two are like interchangeable as far as quality goes to me. I am gonna watch the FNAF movie. When are uploads coming back? There'll be one this month. I aim for one big video a month is my goal. I was trying to do like 2 or 3, and I was losing quality. Stuff was going bad. A lot of the videos I uploaded like early this year were just mid. They weren't as good as I wanted them to be. Because I wasn't taking the time I should have with them. But yeah, they're like I want to give more time to big uploads when they happen. So, but yeah, there'll be one this month. Left last night. Did you check out Vintage 8? I did. I watched not the whole channel, but I watched the Tangy Virus or Tangy Virus. It was good. Barry, thank you. Nimtos, thank you. Son, your last stream, you recently moved to Louisiana near Pontchartrain. You know much about the... I do not know much about that, but that sounds vaguely familiar. Is that like a cryptid? Who's your favorite Simpsons character? I actually haven't watched The Simpsons. I've only seen a couple episodes. But from what I know, it would probably have to be... I've always liked that guy. I don't even know his name, but the one who runs the bar, Mo is I think his name. All the clips I see of him are funny. Go on, Nick and Ryan, sir. Oh, their podcast? Yeah, I'd love to if they'd have me. I'm sure they would. I know both of them. I could probably ask, but that's weird. My B-day's tomorrow. We are turning 25. Also shocks me you're in my age range. The beard makes you look more mature. Well, happy birthday, Dylan. I'm 24. I'll be turning 25 in June, so you beat me a little bit. But happy birthday. Happy birthday, Dylan. I hope it's a great one. My wife's 25. Uh, Randboo. Hello, thank you so much for the 50. That means a lot. Thank you. Hello, Iceberg Boys. First time I've been able to catch a stream. I'm the host of a DID system that's interested in horror, animation, and content creation. I'm studying creative media at college. Also, what was that stream from 2 days ago? I can't claim anything that's happened in previous streams. They're all unholy and cursed, and it's chat's fault, so ask them. But thank you for the 50. It means a lot. Nimtos, thank you. Do you have a favorite preacher, like Billy Graham or someone else? Billy Sunday, probably. I like Billy Sunday and a Spurgeon a lot. Is there another weird Bible in the works? Yes. It's 9 p.m. in the UK. Love your content. All the best. Thank you, Eli. Sending you what I would have spent on a taxi fare home if I was out with friends on Saturday night instead of doing something actually fun like I am now. I appreciate that, Rewind. Do a Christian video is scarier than literally any demon. It is scary, but I'll let people like Turkey Tom take care of that. Hey Wendy, been a fan since your first conspiracy iceberg. So happy to see how far you have come. Always be praying for you. Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you. The Cajun werewolf. Oh, that sounds cool. It sounds like something I'd go hunt in the woods for. I'd do a lore video on Hunt Showdown if I got into it correctly. Happy Saturday. Thank you. I need to play a lot more of it first. Take my money. I hate you for it, Bo, but thank you. Would you see Moral Oral, and if so, thoughts? I haven't seen it. Everyone's like, oh, well, if you like to be depressed and like the BoJack Horseman kind of depressed, then you'll like Moral Oral. And I do, in fact, like the BoJack Horseman kind of depression. So I probably would like it, but haven't seen it yet. Best zombie map? Probably Origins. Don't know if it's my favorite. It's top 3, though, but... Alright, well, on that note, now that we're caught up, so, Hypnagogic Archives. So for those that don't know, which if you're tuning into one of my live streams, you're probably, if I had to guess, you're probably familiar. Have you heard of Billy Bat? It's a manga about a comic that predicts the future. Yeah, someone's mentioned that to me in one of my videos. I haven't read it, but I've heard the name. You and Papa Meat should make a short series sometime. Funny you mentioned that. Things I can't talk about yet. I've got so many projects in the works with so many people that you all know that are all in different stages of development, and we want the announcement to be big, so I can't say specific shit. But funny you mentioned that. Rambo, you're very welcome. I shouldn't have spent that much on donations. It's money for college. But, Rambo, you do not have to do that. That's far too kind. You really don't have to spend money on me. I don't deserve it, but thank you. It's very kind. Do you know about the page of us, Bureau of Land Management, their page? No, I'm not familiar with that, but that sounds cool. Huh. More money I give you, the less I give the government. It's literally legal tax. Yeah, but then, Ross, I have to pay the government that money, so they're getting it the same way either way. Unless you donate enough to me to drop down a bracket, which don't do that, because then I'll go up a bracket. Hello. Alright, cool. So anyway, how many of you all have seen... Actually, it probably comes up when you type it in. Not that I'm cool or anything, there's just not a lot of people have talked about it. Oh yeah, let me end the poll first. Yeah, okay, it's the top 2 videos, I figured. Okay, so it was like almost an even split between non-premium users who did and didn't get an ad. Huh. Interesting. Wanted to ask if you heard the private military group Huntstone. I'm not. I don't. Oh yeah, yeah. We watched that. We watched that video on stream the other night, Darren. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm familiar with that. Thank you for the 20. I don't know. I haven't talked to Gigi yet, Daniel. Both of us are very busy right now, but we might do something. Do you think premium's good or bad for creators? I think it's great. I've got premium. I bought premium on this account, of course, because I like stream with it, and I bought premium on my wife's account. Like premium lets you get music. It lets you get um, you can download videos. You can watch. You can listen to videos with your phone off for people who listen to long form videos. That's really nice. Uh, you get no ads. It's like if you're gonna pay $5 on Spotify for no ads. I listen to a lot more YouTube videos than I do Spotify, so like to me it's good. And as far as like the income of it goes, creators get more money per premium view than they do normal view. You actually make more money off of people who don't have. You make more money off of people who watch you with premium than otherwise. So I think it's good. So of course I'm biased. Like, don't listen to me. Do the judgment for yourself. But I like it, obviously. I appreciate that, Nabella. Thank you. I don't understand people's gripe with premium. If they were free, but I get no ads. I can listen to videos with my phone off. Yeah, the download videos on flights is the nicest thing in the world. You could just download a long video, and then you've got YouTube for a flight. It's so nice. I hate you more. Dang it, Bo. Stop. Don't do that. I hate you. It's very kind, though. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Iceberg Boy. Been around your local 58 video, and you became my main favorite channel. Out of curiosity, have you ever seen Midnight Angelica? I have not. Hold on. We can't get sidetracked because we do have a goal today. I just said the word midnight. That's not what I meant to do. I hate myself. Okay. I guess it's a film or something that's not on here. No, I'm not familiar with it. And thank you for the kind words, and I hate you, Bo. What's your favorite Komatsu bulldozer? Probably this one. Looks cool. KJV Video Ministries has a great video called Vatican Secrets, Jesuits. Interesting. Okay, thank you, Eli. Thank you. Appreciate that. Have you heard Generation Loss? Yeah, people talk to me about... People have mentioned Generation Loss a lot. Oh, yeah, it's a, it's related to, like, a bunch of Minecraft YouTube creators, right? Yeah. I looked it up before, yeah. Because a bunch of people suggested I cover it, that's right. Hi, Wendigoon, wanted to pop in and say I'm writing an essay on your all-quad Western Front video. Oh, that's very cool, Kit Kat. That's very neat. Awesome. And you have an interesting retrospective, because I just talk about what the remake might be like. But when I made that video, because it wasn't out yet, but now you know what the remake's like. So that's fascinating, Kit Kat. It's very cool. Hope it goes well. Plus, it's pretty cheap. That's true, Darren. Do a video on Loftus Hall, please. Not sure. Also, question, do you have any recs for editing program that's noob-friendly? Been wanting... the thing I used, because Adobe crashed on me so many times, I was sick of it, is Wondershare Filmora. I did an ad for them once and tried out the program while I was doing the ad, while I was like getting B-roll for it. And I was like, actually, this is a lot easier than Adobe. And after Adobe kept crashing on me, I just started using that. So like the past 7 or 8 videos on the main channel have been using Wondershare. It's just a lot easier. So yeah, I'd recommend that. The pretty generous free trial, I think, too. Or you could go back to whatever video I talked about them with and use... I think I had a free trial link in the description. Not to advertise myself, but it is a good... I've started using it. It's a good app. Speaking of premium, I downloaded your My Chemical Romance Oh, that's very cool. Awesome. I appreciate that, the guy. It's looking at Hypnagogic Archive a long time to Dallas Diet. I don't know. We're going to find out. First time catching the stream for super chat. Thank you, Chaotic. That means the world. Thank you. Thank you. Midwest, not Midnight Angelica. Oh, Midwest Angelica. Gotcha. Favorite Liberian county flag. That one, I don't even know how I would start to search that. I guess just type that in. But the one with the most red. There. Hey Wendy, keep my money safe. I might come back for it later. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome, Spaghetti. Appreciate that. All right. Anyway, so now we're caught up. How many of you have seen this video or either of these videos? What's the general poll in chat for that? Can you play Fortnite the entire stream? Yeah, I'll just ditch. I imagine it's most of you because if you're watching... Yeah, why not? Well, I got a poll function. I'm using it. Why not? Why not have fun with it, right? If you read Blindside by Peter Watts. There's a few people who haven't. Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes or no, have you seen it? There. Poll. Either one of them. It has to be majority, yes. There's no way you guys who watch me live, like this is dog tier content. This is me talking in front of a camera. This is absolute trash. There's no way you all... Only like 60%, 40% of the people who just watch me... That's insane. Okay. All right. I'm not saying you have to watch it or anything. I just assumed that surely if you're over here on this like dog level of content, you've already scavenged everything you can from the main channel. All right. What's the gayest Wendigoon vid? I want to come out to my grandma, but want to make sure she knows I still bring up insane conspiracies at Thanksgiving. All right, we need to do a little side quest for this. This person, Sergeant Scarecrow, wants to come out to their grandmother, so they need, quote, their words, not mine, the gayest Wendigoon video. Hold on. We're helping a fellow teammate out, okay? Which of these would you all say if you had to, in not a derogatory fashion at all, and purely objectively speaking? Did you ever read Homestuck? No. The JFK man, there's so many different answers. The FNAF video's up there. The FNAF video's up there. Yeah, the fake vampire. I'm kind of feeling the no longer human one a little bit. I don't know why. But I just feel like... Okay, the weaponized femboy one was one term in the conspiracy theory iceberg. I don't think that counts for a full video. It might. And if so, that's definitely it. But... Man, everyone is... You all had answers ready. You're like, like you've been thinking about this. Oh, awesome! Congratulations, Tyler. Wish you all the best of luck with that. That's very cool. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Joel. Okay, the FNAF video's up there for sure, just by nature of it being FNAF. Do you believe in cryptids, or do you believe that all... I think there's stuff out there we're unfamiliar with, but sure, the majority of sightings are hoaxes because people can profit off of it. I think there's a couple things out there that we don't know about, though. The NSFW raft, I feel a little bit, you know. I appreciate that, Angel Gamer. That means a lot. Glad I can help. I don't I thought about Chris McCandless. I see some of you saying that. I don't know. The NSFW raft feels more the Akali raft. No, not Blood Meridian. We're trying to help someone come out to a family member, okay? Through Wendigo videos for some reason. I don't have that many videos. Like, you just scroll a little bit and it immediately lands on, like, you're back to when I was uploading the conspiracy theory iceberg. Okay, Ren. As a gay person, it's definitely okay. Ren agrees with me. Ren agrees. Okay, thank you. We have an expert's opinion. We have a field analyst coming in to tell us. Yeah. I think it's the raft. I think it's the Akali raft. So Akali raft is first place, and I had a field expert agree with me, and then second place I would say FNAF's too easy. Salad Fingers is too easy. Either No Longer Human or the Mystery of Vincent Van Gogh's death. It doesn't... I see Mystery Flesh Pit. If it's about... It's cheating if it's about an internet, like, ARG thing. Because that's going to naturally... because it's on the internet, it's going to feel more so than, like, historic stuff. But it's the historic stuff that, for some reason, tips me off. So, yeah, I would say, in order, Kali Raft, No Longer Human, Vincent Van Gogh. Yep. Final answer. It's not that I have no mouth. No, I don't think so. It's those three. So. Alright. We're also going to end poll. Man, 30% of you haven't. Okay, I'll give a brief rundown. Also, I didn't even realize this. If you scroll back through the channel, wow. This is the first video that doesn't have 1 million views. That's insane. That is absolute. I haven't realized that until just now. That is absolutely incredible. Wow. Thank you guys so much. That's amazing. Thank you all. Are you a fan of Devil May Cry? Well, I'm familiar with it, but I haven't played it. Thank you, Zixon. That's also true. Been around. I'm not familiar with it, but I'll probably look into it at some point. Yeah, you guys are really cool. And if we discount the Sunday studies, because those are like kind of low effort compared to my normal stuff, which is why I started doing more, you know, involved biblical content, because I felt that I was being low effort on that. If we discount Sunday studies, then the first one is 9 part 2 of the conspiracy theory iceberg. And if we discount the parts, like the episode, like a series, because, you know, the full thing of it together is 10 million. It's the psychopath test. Man, gosh, you guys are incredible. Wow. I didn't realize my old videos had gotten that many views. Even this one has 1 million. I just made that for funsies. Obviously this stuff. I forgot this is still on the channel. I thought I took it down. That's back when I was just like uploading gameplay or whatever, because I was goofing off. Thank you, Fine's interpretation. Okay, interesting, Darren. Interesting. Thank you for that. Wow. Anyway, thank you all. That's very cool. Alright, anyway, Hypnagogic Archives. Yeah, where we're at. Alright, so this video. There's a website. Do not remove the use fade speed. Maybe I'll put on the second channel, Ray. Who knows? There's a website called the Hypnagogic Archives, and it's now different colors. Okay, a lot's changed. All right. It is a website that is built into an old neocities.org. All right. And effectively, oh my gosh, there's a lot more. There's so much more. This is like 3 times what there was on the website last time I looked at it. Yeah, the color of the site's changed too. Okay. All right. This. Okay. Okay. There's a lot to. Okay, I didn't realize there was this much to go over. We got to clutch in. Okay, we got to focus up. All right. So basically, there's hidden text on these pages sometimes. Always drag to see. The idea behind the Hypnagogic Archive, actually, I'll just read what it's advertised as. Here at Hypnagogic Archive, we're dedicated to preserving the weird and the wonderful from years gone by. Are you a fan of Web 1.0, otherwise known as the Old Web? You've come to the right place. Our team of experts scours pages of Web 1.0 material to bring you forgotten gems and hidden treasures, many of which you probably forgot about. Whether you're in for a classic blog post that'll make you roll on the floor laughing, or videos filmed in 2007 on a Nokia smartphone, we've got your back. We stock new material regularly from a wide variety of classic sites, so stay tuned. Own something on this site you want taken down? Have a video you made back in the day that you feel belongs here? Something else on your mind? No problem. Email us at, and then they give us the email. We'd love to hear from you. We've dedicated to keeping the past alive by any means necessary. So, I watched the Hypno... Oh, sick beans, but I appreciate that. Okay, so basically, what the Hypnagogic Archive this is an ARG. It's like a horror series. But what the facade of it is, what it advertises itself as, is a website that's dedicated to preserving information and data from early ages of the internet. A lot of you probably didn't experience it. I really didn't experience it. I was around when it was happening, but I was too young to really, get it. The way Web 1.0 used to work is everything was its own website. There wasn't like there were hubs for stuff like, YouTube is nowadays, or Twitter or whatever. It was every person had to have their own website. They had to have their own blog. So a lot of information, a lot of stories were lost whenever the web developed because old websites just got deleted, went missing. Stories were lost. So the Hypnagogic Archive, which is built into a NeoCities account, which is one of those places you could effectively build your own website, is dedicated to preserving old stories from the early days of the internet. At least that's what it tells us. So if you go to the text files, I think I saw... Oh, awesome, Nick. Appreciate that. That's the spirit, Nick. Thank you. So they've got text files, videos, guest books, stuff like that. So say you go to the text files, and there's a lot of new stories here. Okay, this is one we read. Call and response, trial and error. And then you read it. It is a story that supposedly is just taken from somewhere on the old internet. Like, it says this was originally posted to the Talk.Experience group in 1992, which for the internet is like ancient, right? 92. But then you read through it, and it's not just a normal, blog post. This person's describing a waking nightmare they had where they were chased by the Hat Man. And you're like, okay, well, I guess one of those, that would make sense for an old website to have. But then you go to a different one, and I haven't read this one yet. I'm going to try to keep track of these. Genetic Opportunity. You read this one, and it's about a guy who's taking a drug in an experimental trial, and he begins to hallucinate. He begins to No, he doesn't hallucinate. That's right. He goes through different periods of time. Like he takes it and he'll lose like 9 days of time, then 9 weeks of time. And at the end of the story, he's like teleporting decades at a time into the future. So it's all these weird stories. And I read them on Heron Observations. I still love the idea of the stuffed bird killing a woman. So it's like these horror stories that are supposedly under the guise of that. But some of them aren't just horror narratives, right? Like a lot of them aren't just like, oh, a scary thing happened. It's like, okay, what's that one? I'm not going to remember what it's called. Joyce is my favorite of the ones I previously read. I forget what the name of it was. There was one, it was just a description, like it was a paragraph describing a movie this man found about a woman sitting on a bed inside of a hotel room, and she looks up at the ceiling fan, and it goes into like a weird amount of detail about the ceiling fan, and that's it. That's the whole thing. It's so weirdly ambivalent, right? And my favorite one from the entire original series I read is this one called Joyce, about a woman who owns effectively a porn theater or a blue movie theater where you can show whatever nudity you want, stuff like that. But she doesn't just show nudity, she shows really weird stuff like gore videos, execution videos, or even just weird brain trip stuff. And she finds this one movie called Joyce that just features a woman staring at the camera, and eventually the woman becomes real and the two of them burn down the theater together. Very weird stories. But they're all so cool. So anyway, that's what got me interested in it, because it's all of these short stories composed about the Hypnagogic Archive. But then you can also you can also go to their YouTube channel, which includes several videos. Videos like this.
Stick to that door.
Has transformed from actress to music superstar.
Mine were greatest generation parents, and as I thank them, we all join together to thank a whole generation for making America strong.
It's going well, Zeta, thank you. So yeah, so that's what the archive claims to be. There's clearly something going on. But then, as you look at the archive, as you read through it, you start to see clues. You start to see clues in the guest logbook. You start to see clues in the text file. And it seems that the website is being ran by somebody named Ellis. And that Ellis is partially responsible for some of the weirder happenings. It seems that something is coming out of this collection of stories. As a matter of fact,
so now you
what
don't
was
have
my
to
closing
worry or
thoughts?
wonder if your information's secure. So now let's get to that secret one. In one of the YouTube videos, there is a distorted URL at the bottom of the information. Please just stop this creepy behavior. Is it because you're bored, Ellis? Because your marriage fell apart and your wife left you? Theories that will make sense after, the Hello, everybody.
Does this guy ever get to the
Today
point?
we're going to be breaking down the videos and hidden content. Something came up here at the archive last week, and we just want to say to Trevor's family, we are truly sorry.
Yeah, I remember
We did
Trevor,
everything
he
we
died.
I am certain, having known Trevor for a long time, that he was a hard worker and this is how he would have wanted to go. This is the first. It's the same. We have been under.
That's right, I emailed them, and I got that email from Ellis.
Managed to pick out what the precise characters were and figured
There were
out
hidden
that it
messages
was
on
a
Twitter.
Caesarean cipher, or basically a letter shift where letters are replaced with their corresponding letter by the little man, or and enjoy the surprise we left for Richards is a tragedy, but it had nothing.
Like to mention the rumors you heard. There was something about Chloe Richards dying. Yeah. Is this Wendigoon guy? Appreciate that, Selkoth West. Appreciate
Nothing to do with
And
her long
pleasure.
stint as vice president. She was a martyr to the cause, and we all carry her. Interesting not to, because it's a whole.
Yeah. People at the archive were dying putting these stories together, and we didn't know why, but we got hints to it because on their YouTube channel there would be a periodic video of like this. Someone hiding in like the ceiling. And then there would be brief glimpses of like shadowy figures like that appearing around it. Eyes appearing, stuff like that. So, you're welcome, Rambo. So effectively, something is coming out of these tapes, these stories that they're collecting. And that's where I left off. Now, in putting this together, I find this, which is a guy claiming
Here's the full story of how
that he created the Hypnagogic Archives, and apparently this, according to him, I only listened to the very beginning of it, but according to him, the series is now over. So now we have a sort of conclusion. So that's where we're at. That's where we're currently at with everything. So with that out of the way, let's get in. I don't want to stare at this the whole time. Let me open up a Word document and I'll copy paste. How's that? Yeah. Okay, so we're here. Tom Scott. Oh, is he somebody? Is he like a... I mean, obviously he's somebody, but is he like a creator previously? Or are you just memeing on him? I don't think that's the same guy. Are you all just memeing? It's a meme. Okay, all right. Let's... I forget which... The stories aren't in order that they're posted. They're in alphabetical order, which does me no favors. So I'm going to look at which stories I covered in the last one. All right, so in the last one, I covered call and response, genetic opportunity. Did I not cover the alien one? The website also used to look blue, where it's yellow now. It used to be this color. It used to be blue, so that, which is much easier on the eyes, but whatever. I'm sure there's a reason in lore now for why it's red. So I did alien chain email. Basically, that was one of the ones that made it look like it was just a normal website. It was just a chain email saying, hey, aliens are on Earth, which is something you'd find on the old internet. I did call and response about the Hat Man. I did genetic opportunity about the guy moving through time. I did heron observations about the bird. I did Joyce, which is the one about the movie theater. Looking for Something Greater was really cool. It was the one about a rest stop in the middle of the woods that there was like this ghost in front of. And it turned out that the ghost that they were running into was the ghost of someone that they ended up killing there at the end of the story. But time doesn't interact the same for ghosts, so their ghost will always be there even though he dies in the future. It was a very cool story. It was one of my favorites. Requiem for Steve was about the stalker. Where Does Wastewater Go was a meme. Okay. So that's where we're at. So... Okay. Alright, I'm quickly realizing I may not be able to cover all of this on stream. Do you see how long this is? I know I did Alien Chain Email. Love your content. Oh, that means a lot. That means a lot. It's Puncher. Appreciate that. Thank you. This is the one about the fan. Don't look up at the fan. Yeah. Okay, these final thoughts, I think, are character outros, because Chloe is the president of the company and Ellis is the main guy. So these two final thoughts, I don't think are normal stories. Okay, this one's perfectly doable. Okay. All right. Cool. All right, let's read the one I just copied, okay? This one's called, Evening Meeting. Yes. Yeah, okay. All right. Evening Meeting. Hold on, let me get a drink of water. Originally posted to tapetraders.com July 12th, 2010. I know you all think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I know what I saw, and if you don't see them, if you don't hear them, then you're the crazy ones. They're as plain as day, I tell you. As crystal clear as a snapshot caught on Chrome 100 film. I saw him at approximately 7:45 p.m. driving east on left-hand Canyon Drive. It's sunset. The light is fading fast, but you can see the infinite expanse of the prairie ahead of you. Haystack Mountain way out, a silent monolith in the oncoming night, and to my left are some power lines. I was returning from a trade show in Nederland, got some fascinating material up there to go along with the one of the woman in the room. I now have more. They're unlike anything I've ever seen. They draw you in and make you experience things more vividly than you could otherwise. Forget DVD, these videotapes are the future, I tell you. More interactive than virtual reality. I had a whole crate of them in the trunk. This is from 2010, I just realized, which isn't that old. When I saw the man frying his brains out next to one of those enormous power lines, I swerved off the ditch and the whole crate tumbled off. I checked that my trunk still worked. It did. Put it in park and went around to the back to pick all the videos up off the ground. But I had seen him, clear as day, crystal clear, standing near this enormous transmitter receiver thing they had installed, and his head was on fire. I thought maybe it was a suicide attempt, although from the impact I was still somewhat dazed. There was a loose wire at the base of the receiver that had become disconnected, and it was emitting sparks. I was afraid it could start a wildfire, and I would be blamed. They'd say I ran the truck into the pole or something, but I didn't. I swear I didn't. And at that moment, the sparks started flying faster and faster, and the man appeared gradually, flickering on and off like a weary light bulb. I could see barely anything. The sun had sunk over the range, and the hills were shrouded in shadow. And he writhed as the white-hot flow surged around his skin. In places it was boiling. He had the consistency of ash. I didn't go near him. I merely stood and placed the crate gingerly into the back and stared as he convulsed and writhed, letting out small noises in intervals. He had no features to speak of, save 2 piercing yellow eyes and that bizarre seething complexion. Near his feet were what appeared to be several scattered sticks, and then he opened his mouth and a piercing shriek rang from top to bottom, and the power line began glowing with white-hot heat from where I was standing to the inestimable depths of the horizon. I was positively malicious. With the yell of this thing, he lifted his arms, and a tape I had bought at the exchange rose from the crate before bursting into a vivid ball of flame about 20 feet above our heads, and all the while, he was overflowing with radiance. Is this really boring to you all? Is this boring? Is it, because I didn't take the time to think, is me just reading something interesting or not? I've heard about that cave, yeah. Alright, majority's not bored for now. We'll keep it going. Ellis, it said. And Ellis is the name of one of the people who run the archive. I approached the front of the truck and began feeling for the handle of the door, but I was frozen stiff with shock. Appreciate that, Sploof. The thing knew my name, and it was only me and him out here, alone, in the twilight expanse. I chose to meet him on his own terms, though while he was attached to the tower via the wire, he seemed powerful enough to break free and slit my throat. Of course, if he was capable of that, he likely wouldn't have done so already. Hello, I said. I don't know what I was thinking. I had seen these things before in some capacity or in some small way, but I don't know how to approach them, how to interact with them, what the best methods are. This was the first I had seen in its complete form. God, he was terrible to behold, even in these low visibility conditions. Give me the tapes, Ellis. The voice of the thing was like that of a cable channeled with bad reception. It hissed and cut out, and he lunged forward for the crate, which was now piled neatly and safely underneath the tarp. I lunged backwards as he did so, and the wire that tethered him to this row of equipment let loose a shower of sparks and the likes of which you don't usually witness outside the 4th of July. I said nothing then, and as he retreated to his position at the base of the tower, I crossed my arms and planted both shoes into the mud and watched as the row of towers switched on and off from complete luminescence to absolute darkness. ADHD, sit still. Appreciate it, Rambo. Thank you. It was, as Nietzsche said, a test of the will to power. I did not take my eyes off his flickering yellow holes, and my eyes, which I imagine were glinting like a cat's in the soft purple twilight shades, were bored into as he probed me, every facet of my being. And we both stood as the wind picked up and whipped through the trees of the opposite side of the road. There was no traffic along Left-Hand Canyon Drive, only the incessant buzz of the copper tubing and the steel plating which housed the structure. The insulative rubber melting in small drips from the lines as this thing, whatever he was,
continued making blood-curdling noises of anguish. He wouldn't be getting his hands on the tapes. He was powerless, and he knew that. I keep seeing them. The more tapes I collect, the more I film on my camcorder, the more they pop up. Not just the weak one, which I left behind in his pathetic existence after he vanished into thin air. The new ones are stronger, better at what they do. They want my collection. Have to keep it locked away in the basement, only bring it up for very special occasions now. And they whisper to me at night, I need somewhere safe to keep the tapes. Somewhere I know they can't get at them. It's about the will to power. Whose will is the stronger? Man or beast? Who will triumph? Will they rend me limb from limb? Splay my hide out on my rooftop? Or will I outsmart them, somehow? Surely they must have some kind of weakness. Tapes fit into it. The thing wanted my tapes, wanted to destroy them. They want to destroy all that I've worked for. Only time will tell. Okay, so Ellis is collecting these tapes, and these demonic creatures that were hinted about earlier are getting more and more powerful. And it's to the point that they're outright attacking him. Ellis was nearly in a fight with one of them, so they've gone from the shadows to outright trying to kill him. Likely because he keeps going. Now, what will that amount to? I don't know, but since the series is over, it probably has a conclusion. That's probably what Ellis's final thoughts mean. Gosh, these are a lot. I don't know. Here, I'm going to try to find ones that aren't self-referential, that aren't about the lore, like Ellis or whatnot. Okay, we'll try one. Why not? We'll try one of these long ones, see if it's cool. Before my wife returns. Real. Alright, let's see if this one's cool. In austere remembrance of Red Line. My best friend, Redline Halcyon, is that Halcyon? Is that how that's pronounced? Died today. Redline was born in 1959 in Trinidad. His father was a mechanic at a garage that's now defunct. His mother worked the switchboard for Pueblo and Walsenburg. I admired them both, but I admired Redline more. Red was a visionary with a larger-than-life personality. I wouldn't say I could call him a go-getter, but I wouldn't say that description is inaccurate either, or that it couldn't be used to describe him. The man wasn't an opportunist, but if he saw something, he got it. Red and me, memories. Where did it start? It started at 15. Saw him on the sidewalk with an amateur camera, shooting something. That was what Red did. As a bird flies or a fish swims, Red shot movies on his cameras. Over the span of his unremarkable life, he shot over 600. I know, sounds crazy. Sounds unbelievable. Let me tell you something. I'm from Pueblo. Pueblo is bigger than Trinidad. Pueblo has an abandoned factory to look at. A river runs through it. Pueblo is exciting. It stirs the imagination. Trinidad is a little nothing town near the border. Few people respect it. Most mix it up with Telluride. Trinidad is a town people pass through. Living there, I can understand how Red's imagination was stirred like a swizzle stick in coffee. How being born in such a setting caused him to jump up and revolutionize film as we know it. Some people in chat have short attention spans and have been asking for Subway Surfers gameplay on as you read. Okay, hold on.
Is that better? Is that what you wanted? Is that more your vibe? Hold on, why stop there? Why stop there, right? Hold on. I like how Rambo stepped forward as like the what's the word, the representative of the chat, like they were a union rep, like the people are requesting. Right. Right. Is this good for you people? Is this what you wanted? People, you should look at the book Monster Hunter. That does sound cool. That does sound cool, Makoa. Alright. Is that better? Cool. YouTuber went to go and uses hypnosis on 1,000 people. Untold horror. Yeah. You know, what's funny is, as soon as I started adding these, the viewer count quit dropping. It went. I used to work at an autism school. Those kids love the dancing fruits. I think there's actually, hold on, there's another one, I think. Oh, I know what it is. Yeah. This is what I'm at. There we go. Yeah. You people. Yeah. All right. Now can we read? Now can I go to reading? No. Wait. I can get it back. All right. There we go. Yeah. That one for. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. All right. All right. Is that better? You can hold Alt to crop them on Streamlabs OBS. This is fine. Whatever. Oh, hold up. My face cam's in the way. Sorry, I won't want you to mess your Subway Surfers gameplay. There we go. Okay. Alright, is this enough stimulation for you children? Is this what you wanted? You know what? Just for that. Did that work? Did that work for anyone? It worked? Okay. I hit the add button. Okay, it worked. Good. This is a daily occurrence. The events that are happening on screen is a daily occurrence. Hold on, let me just send a video real quick. Hold up, I'm tweeting you all. I'm telling on you guys. They said me reading text wasn't stimulating enough. Cool. Alright, y'all have been told on. Oh yeah, the Minecraft parkour video. I don't think we can fit another one, but we'll get rid of the baby sensory because that's not as much of a meme. Yeah, there we go. Yep. Alright. This is the equivalent of like deep frying your dopamine receptors, of just like laying there under a tanning bed, just like just letting your brain sizzle out. Or I'll put a maid outfit on top of the cat ears. Ew. Okay, you have it there. Put the gun down, sir. It actually helps me focus. Y'all are insane. This is... well, I won't be mean. I won't be that mean. Never mind. This is now just one of your Reddit TikTok videos. Okay, bring the fruit back. Where? Where? I have to read the screen. I can't have that much going on. It is... I hate that my view count stopped going down when I did that. Alright. Thanks for someone who has autism. I can't stand you all. I can't wait for my wife to come home so I can be free of this. Okay. Put in the OBS scene as a browser instance. None of those words are in the Bible. What are you talking about? I wish I had keys to jingle. Okay, anyway. Alright. Y'all have been told on Twitter. Can I go back to reading now? Is this acceptable? Do a funny dance. Can I go back to reading? I'll drop another ad on you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. My gosh. I will leave these on for a moment, but I'm not keeping them on. This is going away. Alright? Please tell us Reddit stories so we can be fully engaged. Thank you. Okay. On top of the other story I'm telling. I took the... Okay, the fruit is a baby sensory video, okay? It's made for actual toddlers. These are the random, like, oh, things happening in order that people care about on TikTok for some reason. I can't watch TikTok because anytime I swipe through it, it's like, oh, it may be an interesting story or a funny clip from a stand-up special or whatever, but it's got one of these tied to it, and it feels like I'm being baked by I don't know. What's the conspiracy about TikTok? The Chinese government runs it or whatever. It feels like China is trying to fry my brain. Can't stand it. I need more stimulus. Thank you, Arthur Morgan. What is current year? Arthur Morgan, I need stimulus, Dutch. That's true. Karos like that probably happened. Okay. Okay. Few people respect it. Most mix it up with Telluride. Trinidad is I already read all that. Okay. You all... Oh, wait. Let me restart it for you children. Sorry. Here, you can get one. Okay, you can get one, but you gotta come to a consensus. No one cares about the sand cutting one, so we're gonna do Minecraft, Subway Surfer, GTA, Fruit. You all like the same... Okay, which one do you care about the least? You can only put 4 options in a poll. Okay, thank you, Simpsons guy. I'll go back to it. Someone said remove face cam. I hate you all. The car. Everyone wants rid of the car. Okay. Car's gone. Boom. Alright. I mean, say it for... This is super overstimulating my autism brain. It's overstimulating my not autism brain. I Yeah, welcome to the stream, best gamer alive. They're all like this. It's not this specific flavor of stupidity. Like, it's a different flavor every time, but it's always stupid. The chef cooks it a different way, but it's always the same menu. This is how the Unabomber was made. It's about to be. Hi, Blair. Blair, I hope you have a great afternoon. Eli really appreciates you. I'll drop dating advice, Ray. I will. If you push my buttons, I will start. Oh, never feel bad about a low donation. Any donation is more than what's needed, Nico. You don't have to feel bad at all. But yeah, Jacob Geller recommends it, so I'll probably play it at some point. You did, Pan. You turned in on the worst moment possible. Okay, I'm going to walk over there to get a Red Bull. Okay? You have the time that I'm up to figure this out. Can you read us a story? Yes, Joseph Stalin, as soon as I get back. Pause on the play. Minecraft wins. Okay. It's less distracting there. Okay. Lose the face cam. Thanks. People are asking for fruit, but deny the fruit of the spirit. We need a documentary playing on screen about the KJV. Yeah, Eli, that's the spirit. That's the most youth pastor lead in. Everyone wants their dancing fruit when they could be dancing in the fruit of the Lord, as mentioned in the book of Ephesians. Everyone wants their Minecraft parkour. Everyone wants their Minecraft parkour, but what they should be parkouring for is for their mind to be crafted by the word of the Lord. Really like this. Thank you, Soul. All right. All right. Everyone wants the Hypnagogic Archive, but what they should want is to be in the ark that the Lord has prepared for the hive of his body of believers. It is an Owen Wilson voice, isn't it? Yeah. This keeps you sane, Argon. This keeps you sane. My gosh, love you. Thank you, Joseph Stalin. I love you too, son. Okay. Inshallah. All right. Anyway. Do you know, have you played Frostpunk? I'm not familiar with it. Ignore fruit request. Play the hole where Joshua Graham from, I've heard of that. Thank you, Pittsburgh boy. Okay. That's cool. That's the best thing I've heard so far, that you're reading No Country for Old Men. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Preach, brother. Wow. Thank you. Okay, anyway. He's talking about his friend Red, who was great with a video camera, right? You may ask, did he revolutionize film? Did he really? I think he did. There are no films quite like a Red Line Halcyon film. Red Line Halcyon films are something else. You won't see Halcyon on any list of up-and-comers at the Oscars. He was never recognized by any academy, an Academy of Motion Pictures and Sciences, or any other academy. You think Kenneth Anger is obscure? Forget Kenneth Anger. Forget all that Louis Bunel shit. Make way for Halcyon. Am I pronouncing that right? Halcyon? Hello, Kayla Doodles. Appreciate it. Is that right? Because it's... I think so. Okay, yeah, I'll keep going with it, whatever. That is correct. All right, cool. Make the TikTok AI say it. That'd be really funny, but no. That's what you deserve. That's what you all deserve, but no, I'm not going to do that. Excuse me. All right. You may be asking, if Red made over 600 films, where are they? What happened to them? Why haven't I ever seen them? I can answer that. I'm the only one to have seen them. He only showed them to me. At least, I think I'm the only one to have seen them. I can't be sure about these things. Details on Redline are sketchy. And even if I was his only friend, there could be some cult group who watches his films on repeat. How can I know? The answer, I just can't. Everyone wants their dates. Thank you, Rambo. Movie night yesterday was nice. Now come back to this. Like, what is Minecraft doing in the background? It was a whole... You had to be here for it. Here. Leave. Alright. I hope the creator of the Hypnagogic Archive sees this and he's like, I regret that Wendigo never mentioned my name. This is horrible. Fallout Dust playthrough. I don't know. I'm so tired of Bethesda, Katie. I don't know. They've hurt me too many times. Alright. Redline or something else. At 15, he was ridden up. At 15, he had ridden up to Pueblo on a bike. Saw him on the sidewalk. I asked what he was doing. He told me he was making a movie. I asked him if I could be in it. The day was warm. I remember that. This was near the factory. Colorado Fuel and Iron, it was called. But even then, its operating details were sketchy, especially to youngsters. The place hadn't been in full operation since the 40s. We were told to stay off. Redline said that he had never seen anything so picturesque. He told me that he'd shoot there. He did just that. When I saw the reels, I was shocked by how good they turned out. That was Redline, making even the most mundane setting exciting through use of story. I swear, if he was out in the desert somewhere, he could have found 1,000 interesting things to shoot, just like 10 impossible things before breakfast. Red would pick out so and so. Oh, excuse me. Red would pick out so and so, say it was so and so, and turn something from nothing. That was just how he did it. God, I miss him. Turns out the film he was working on that day was only his 5th. I still don't know how he wasn't making films younger. It should have been his 11th. It should have been... I know that because the author of the Hypnagogic Archive, he will adopt different writing forms depending on the kind of character that he's portraying. Oh, hold on, let me end this. Okay, for those of us who are normal, just turn off the screen, I guess. I'm sorry. Gamer Goth Girl told me to put my cam on extreme close-up. No, I'm scared. Yeah, the author of the Hypnagogic Archives will adopt different writing styles depending on who he's talking to. So this speaker tends to be more abrupt and like immediate and kind of like colloquial with his phrasing than characters like the one portrayed in Joyce. So forgive me if I get like tripped up by some of the verbiage. Turns out the film he was working on that day was only his 5th. I still don't know how he wasn't making films younger. It should have been his 11th with his prolific rapid reduction rate. I can see him now, a celluloid wizard in a back room, working his magic on those reels. Has anybody ever done anything better? Ever. Redline's work was one of those things that can't be described. How many movies did he make? I've tried before to memorize all 600, but I forget them. I've never been very adept at mnemonics. Is mnemonics a thing, or is that just economics? The study and development of systems for improving and assisting the memory. All right, learn something new every day. Appreciate that, Evangard. Thank you. So I've never had a great memory. This dude's pretentious. Not the hypnagogic guy, like the character's pretentious. Like, he can't say, I have a good memory. He's like, I have never been adept with mnemonics. The ones you should watch if you ever come into possession of a Halcyon film batch, auctioned off at $50 at most: The Top Banana, Chucky, Circus O'Gore, Vixens from Mars. I forget them. I don't mean to. I don't know how I do, but they've slowly faded from memory. I have them stored somewhere, but I forget where. Do you understand? I need to tell you so that you know how Redline was before my memory fades altogether. I'm old now. Tired. Maybe Redline's energy was sucked somehow from me. He was a whirling dervish. Vixens from Venus, or were they from Mars? Color of the text lighter. I was struggling a little bit to read that. No, that's not what I wanted. I'll just make it white. That's not what I... Oops. Why is it... I'm selecting... Oh, it's because I have my color inversion on. Okay, yeah. All right. Stop picking lines. Thank you. All right. Is there... Okay, I can't do this anymore. Hey, Wendy, I've been a big fan since the start of your channel. Appreciate that, dog. Thank you. Is there a level between Complete History of Trinidad, straight up Elsa Gate? What? What? Alright. Scribe, how many movies did he make? Okay, a bunch of you sound like you're not interested in the hypnagogic, so what we'll do... who wants me to finish this story? Just this one. Because if y'all aren't interested with it, we could do something else. Okay, that's majority. Alright. So far, at least. There's that line. Did it change where the line was at? No, okay. Do you know why I'm angry? I may seem a little upset. I'll tell you why. I just posted about Redline on some horror-themed internet forum. They banned me. They claim that Redline didn't exist, never existed, is a mere figment of my imagination. Do they really believe that? I memorialized him, this man, this legend, on a cheap post in the backwater of cyberspace, and for my troubles, I was cast out. All because this man, this legend, doesn't have any Google results. That's not Redline's fault. As I said, he's as obscure can get. And as far as I know, I'm the only one to have seen his movies. Is that a crime? These films exist. I've seen them. I know they exist. I know he existed too. They mock a dead man. Yeah. I agree, Nico. Well, it's not so much reaction as it is like a narration, so to speak, but I agree. I'm sorry, Redline. I don't know if I could do you justice. The sheer amount of movies you put out, I can understand why they didn't believe me, but they do exist. They're either in my attic or in my basement. They're somewhere, buried under VHS tapes and diskettes of a forgotten format and road maps. They're somewhere. I won't let your efforts be in vain. Redline was like that. His language is purposefully broken up. He's like having... his thoughts are very disheveled. He's going between different statements at the same time. I still wonder what the limits of the human mind are. If one human being can make 600 films, then how far can we take that? What's the maximum amount of content one human being can produce during one lifetime? What are the limits of expression? I still don't know how Redline pulled it off. The man was an electric and eccentric whirlwind of ideas. He never stopped. You might think he died from a heart attack, but he didn't. Natural death. For him, there was no such thing as stress or overwork. Every day was used to its full potential. How are the films? 9 are black and white, the rest are Technicolor. You may think that with 600 films under his belt, they would be low quality. You would be wrong. They're some of the highest quality things I've ever seen. The scripts are excellent, the lighting is excellent, the sets are excellent. These movies should be low budget, but they exude a high budget feeling simply because Redline had a feeling for what would stick and what wouldn't. With titles like Vixens from Venus, Circus O'Gore, Swamp Demon 2000, Fangs for Nothing, you might think they were schlock. They're not schlock. Far from it. In fact, there isn't even a Swamp Demon in Swamp Demon 2000. Watch the whole thing through. There is no Swamp Demon. What's it about? I wouldn't know how to explain it to you. I don't know what the plot is, even though I've watched it through. I know it has a plot, but I can't describe it with words. Redline's movies are like that. Beyond description. I wonder how he was able to do it. He was 15, hopping around steel rust pipes and archaic towers with his amateur camera, walking his bike. Every so often he would stop, look around, set his camera up on the tripod, and let the reel spin for a while. Then he would put it back over his shoulder and move on. I followed him that day until dinner was ready. I forgot about him for about a year after that, but I knew in the back of my mind that me and him were destined to see each other again, even if he was from a different town. Halcyon interested me. His father, as I said, was a mechanic. Mechanics tend to have very mechanical minds. This part goes here, this part goes there, etc. Everything in its place. And then I think of his mother, working over a switchboard, putting each peg in each hole. My theory is that Redline was a borderline obsessive. That's nearly the only explanation for how the elements in his films fit together so well in synchronous harmony. Complete perfection. The man didn't need to weigh each option one by one as he went along. He didn't need to edit. The man knew exactly what fit where, even before he shot it. A kind of sixth sense. That's why the Vixens from Venus still inspire fear in me. Why the open maw is made from nothing more than modeling clay but engulfs the viewer and eats your face alive. Why the lurking beast is nothing more than clothes stuffed with toilet paper and its shadow is something more than human. Peculiar, the way these films all fit together into one grand cinematic universe. I just noticed how they all fit together, by the way. I just noticed. Unusual suggested, what if we restart the conversation about cosmic horror by watching Tail Foundry's video on The King in Yellow? Perhaps. Chucky was constructed using yarn, cling wrap, and a skeleton of Tinker Toys. This was done so masterfully that some viewers of the film, myself included, thought he was made using CGI. I was surprised to learn this, but I found the original model a few years ago and knew that this was, in fact, the model that was used in the movie. It is a testament to puppetry to think that only 3 things could be combined into such a compelling, horrifying thing. The skeleton can even be seen during the point at which Chucky is tossed into the street and crushed. Interesting. So out of nowhere, Segregated Off is a 2019 review of Chucky. Red stood next to his projector. He was upset. It was late in 1980, and Redline was determined to echo a kind of grainy effect despite his newfangled equipment. His aging father had given it to him a year earlier. The man earned almost nothing in these lean times, but he had struggled to give Red a new digital camera. The man had earned almost nothing in these lean times, yeah. Top of the line stuff, almost unheard of at the time. Practically a black market item, it was so rare. And Redline had snubbed it. He didn't want to hurt his father's feelings, he wasn't insensitive, but as he later told me, the new digital cameras couldn't capture film. I never knew what he meant by that. I still don't think I know exactly. He was 21 and I was 20. I was going to the University of Colorado up in Colorado Springs, meaning I didn't get to see Red and visit him in the cutting room as much as I would have liked. Red didn't go to college. Instead, signing up with the Pueblo Taxi Dispatch. Often he filmed his passengers without their knowing it and interspliced the footage, a strategy which was probably illegal then and is probably still illegal now. Here in the studio, holding the digital camera, he dressed in slacks and a plaid sport jacket. He was the antithesis of trendy. He was a member, okay, for one, if you're wearing like slacks and a plaid sport jacket now, the ladies will be all over you. I guarantee it. Perfect time watch after wrecking 19 miles. Hey, a rock, my man. Congratulations. He was a member of a singular subculture for which I don't think there's a name because he was the sole member of it. I can't tell you what the halcyon aesthetic was. On this particular day, he was holding the camera in both hands, reviewing it, going over every aspect. He was determined to make it look old-fashioned. Sure, he didn't like it, but he was up for a challenge. Somehow, he would defy his father and make it look old-fashioned. He called me over. This looked good. He was currently on his 87th film, if I recall. Something called Mass Panic. He pointed the details out to me, and with his nimble hands, he showed me exactly where he had to cut it so that the shots lined up exactly. Just so. The camera was a large thing, don't forget. Thousands of wheels and dials and buttons. A block twice the size of a camcorder, of which Red would later get 2 in 1982, months before Sony released them. Ahead of his time, that was Red. Looks good. As always, I had nothing to say. I didn't even know what he considered me. A consultant? No. An audience? He wanted an audience. Or, sorry, I put the emphasis on that wrong. No, an audience. He wanted an audience, even though he wasn't willing to admit it. I had suggested he submit these to film festivals. They could win gold at the Telluride Film Festival, I told him. He declined, saying that the public wouldn't understand. The way I describe Red, he may sound pretentious. Don't believe me. He was an earnest guy, decent and hardworking too. And if my descriptions of his films, meager as they may be, might sound like blurry crap, I apologize for that too. They weren't art house films. They weren't anything like Kenneth Anger's stuff. They were, I think, approachable for a mass audience, maybe even had some appeal to them. But at the same time, I knew that Red would never share his work with anyone but me. They were meant for my eyes only. I still don't know why. This may have been because Red found everything pretentious. We had gone to see Star Wars when it came out. He had told me that George Lucas was an idiot. He said the same thing about Steven Spielberg when we went to see Jaws. Same went for Robert Zemeckis, E.T., Close Encounters, Jurassic Park. Why did he phrase it that way? Robert Zemeckis, whatever. All these blockbusters, Redline invalidated. He also hated small-scale stuff too. He laughed at art house stuff when it was screened. I suppose this was because Halcyon films weren't just a little quirky, They were a genre all to their own, and they defied any descriptions I could put to them. They had such an aesthetic, one that put him apart from anyone else. It was so distinctive. Why can't I describe it? I just can't. Outside on the streets, there were your typical late summer sounds. Lawnmowers, someone even started a leaf fire. And to paint the scene, let me say that in 1980, there were still plenty of boxy cars, especially in a small town like Trinidad. I had come here myself in a 1978 Ford. When Redline was on the cut, the air was silent. Every voice was gone. All air particles were suspended. Mass panic, he told me nonchalantly over the phone, was to be even better than Lunatics of Suburbia, whereas Lunatics only scraped the surface of paranoia and emptiness. Of the thought of someone lurking around the corner, Mass Panic would explode the concept into a frenzy. When I got there, he had shown me some stock footage on his PC. As I said, Red was cutting edge. He had got his stock footage somewhere. A major urban area. People running everywhere and screaming, buzzing about something. I still to this day have no idea where Red got the footage. It's from no movie I know of. And this was a large city street where someone, or somehow every resident had been coerced to run amok. Maybe there was some kind of stock footage subculture back then. I have no idea. All Red would say is that yes, he had gotten permission from the owner, he had paid for it, and yes, it was legal. I don't think Red would have needed to pay the owner for it. The end result was so different from the original stuff. This was what Red did. He was a filmmaker in the purest sense. He turned the ordinary and molded it and shaped it like modeling clay and turned it into a refined, sharpened, and golden product. So, Rysel, thank you for the 50. That means the world. Thank you. I would like to express my appreciation for you and your content. Congrats on getting married. Thank you. Don't tell me what to do with my money. I am telling you what to do with your money. I'm telling you to stop, but I appreciate it. But thank you. That means a lot. Thank you. He ran the footage through again, then turned to his cutter. He still had film reels and a PC. I know, this sounds like an amalgamation of tech. He had a contraption that looked like it must have been used by MGM or something, where the physical film went in and was cut, and he had tape recorders and floppy disks and cassettes, and a PC, and sometimes he used the cutter to edit, and other times he used the PC to edit. I don't know what his system was, and why would I need to, or bother to ask, so long as it worked. This looks good, he said, holding the film up to the light and yanking it out. Stand over there, look like you're holding something. No, over there. That's it. Now scream. Scream like you've never screamed before. I did just that, interrupting the silence of that perfect golden afternoon. When Red called the shots, I listened. My scream... That phrase, when Red called the shots, I listened, immediately made me think of the whole, when Ranger Craig tells me about false trails, I set my white ass down and listen. Anyway. Silence, perfect golden afternoon. When Red called the shots, I listened. My scream was genuine. He pointed the camera at me, clicked pause, looked into it, and then gave me the thumbs up. I've just realized something. Sorry, I need a drink. Took me off guard. Ranger Craig mentioned. Why is a man waxing poetic like this about another man? I would describe any of my boys this way. I could be so much worse. I could be so homoerotic for like my boys, like the people who I'm like super close to. I could sell them to any woman in the world, right? This is amateur hour compared to what I do. This is nothing. Form is holding physical film. Maybe I'm mixing together two different. That's real bro behavior. Hey, you look out for your boys. I've just realized something writing this. I said he was using a digital camera. That is where I was. Yeah. I said he was using a digital camera. 1980. According to Wikipedia, digital cameras were rare in 1980. Feasible, though. I remember that Red's father showed me it, even told me how expensive and revolutionary it was. Video format stored in a metaphysical form. So then, how is it that Red, as I'm remembering this, was holding physical film? Maybe I'm mixing together two different days. I know Red had both a traditional camera and a digital one at the same time. I even know that Red's parents, though they were very, very far from affluent, kept their prodigy son stocked up with reels and reels of blankness. And the same went for digital space once that opened up. So the problem is then that in this memory, I remember Red holding the digital camera, shooting me with it. I scream, and then suddenly, he's holding the analog camera and pulling reels out from it. I could be mixing up memories, but I don't think I am. My memory is still good. Heck, I was younger than him, and he died young. I'll live longer than him. And in these remaining years, I might spread his work around, present him as an innovative genius, because he deserves that. At the same time, a perverse part of my mind tells me that Red only meant these for his eyes and mine. That they were really the only thing which bonded us together. That I was little more than a lackey in his eyes, and that they need to be kept secret. Surely, I'm either misremembering or he was looking at a different movie. Mass Panic came out in the same month. When I say Red worked quickly, I mean it. Maybe a week passed that day in the garage and an impromptu screening in the backyard. He rigged the projector up, strung a white sheet from some clothespins, and I sat there spellbound for 130 minutes. Maybe I had noticed even then how it had been the digital camera 1 second and the analog one the next. I didn't ask him. Whatever it had been, it hadn't shown itself on Mass Panic, the 87th film by Redline Halcyon. Now, this is the strange part. I don't remember Mass Panic very well. Hold on. I don't know about you all, but I'm loving this. I love these esoteric, long-form, bizarro, freakish stories. This is right up my alley. This is the kind of stuff I read in my free time when it's not work. Just the little subtle difference that the cameras don't feel right. Like, he's describing this guy who makes 600 films, and he just reads them to himself, or he just makes them for himself. And it was this private experience he had with this other person that in hindsight feels kind of weird, because, you know, who makes movies just for the two of you? That sounds kind of weird. But then he starts to think about the details, and the cameras don't make sense. How did he have digital and film? How is he editing how is he editing film with a PC? That doesn't make any sense. The pieces of it are starting to feel strange, to the point that he is questioning his relationship with his friend as to why he showed him these originally. Why he showed them these strange tapes. I'm invested. I'm full. I love this stuff. This is the reason I love the Hypnagogic Archive so much, because it's full of unrelated tales like these. Like, yeah, it's cool when the story becomes about Ellis and there's connection points and, like, you know, we get into the actual lore of the series. But this is why I like the Hypnagogic Archives, because this is great writing. I think it's cool. Very bizarro short horror telling. Anyway. We started down here at maybe. Maybe it's the fact that there are over 600 movies. Sure, each memory of each one is dulled a little, but quantity did not affect quality. I remember watching Mass Panic from beginning to end. I remember the screening very well. I remember the fact that there were several constellations visible. Excuse me. There was less light pollution in those days. I remember the light from the Halcyon kitchen, the scent of his mother's perfume. I remember Red coming out of the kitchen with 2 metal bowls of microwave popcorn. I even remember the light and hum of the microwave as it spun, the sound of the kernels exploding, and the buttery yeast mixture he had sprinkled on top. I remember that afterwards, we stretched out on the grass, which was somewhat moist from the lawn sprinkler. I told him about how college was going, that I was in the top 75% of my class, that the campus was good, that there were plenty of resources. I told him about my social circle, about the girls I was dating, about the new thing called Pong that had swept everyone by storm. I remember that Redline didn't say anything. He only looked up at the stars. He couldn't relate to what I was talking about. I remember driving back to Colorado Springs that night, passing out at 3 a.m. I don't remember the movie. I don't care what y'all say. This goes hard. This is great. This guy is so... These experiences were so strange, he is doubting his own memory. At the beginning of the story, he notes, I have a terrible memory. I forget things all the time. I'm young, but I'm trying to tell you the stories before I forget them because I can't remember anything. But he has an excellent memory. He remembered the smell of his mother's perfume. He remembers the stars, what their conversation was about. But for some reason, he can't remember the movie. I'm in. All right. I forgot till I started reading this why I love the Hypnagogic Archives so much. It's so unique. It is so unique. There's not other series, at least happening right now, that do the same thing that this one does. It is such a unique slice of horror. Anyway. I remember that my footage had been used, that there was some kind of green screen method Halcyon used so that I was holding something. He hadn't changed the background. I also remember that he had used the footage of the people running around and screaming, run it through some kind of filter, interspliced it with something else. I don't remember what I was holding. You might claim this was because it was one of those bullshit movies that have no meaning. This is not true. I know that for certain. Mass Panic had a plot, and a very solid one at that. It was scripted. It was much more than some cheap-ass Kenneth Anger color explosion with people running around and walking around and wearing leather and shit. Red's films weren't like that. They didn't provoke the viewer at all. They did not demand that the viewer provide some kind of explanation for what was happening on screen. Redline Halcyon movies were not experimental. They were movies, as much as The Towering Inferno or Fantastic Voyage or 2001 were movies. They were better than those, of course, but they weren't in the least bit experimental. They were experimental, I guess you could say. They weren't substandard cinema fare. This feels... It feels like there was an indoctrination here, you know? Like he doesn't remember the specific events that happened, but he's like, but they were good. They were so good. They were the best things I've ever seen. Better than anyone out there. I just can't remember them. It's like, what happened to him? Oh gosh, okay. I guess what I meant to say is that if experimental films are a genre, and if the point of an experimental film is to test the limits of film as a medium, and in doing so pioneer new formats for more filmmakers to fiddle around with, if experimental film, like any experiment, has a purpose and a hypothesis, then let me say that unlike 100% of experimental films, Redline Halcyon's hypothesis were always correct. The formats he pioneered, which have never been replicated and lie in a cardboard box somewhere in my house, were not meant to be fiddled with in the future and improved. They were meant to be left as is. They were the Higgs boson particles of film. And it's true. I can't say what Mass Panic was about. I know it was better than anything from John Carpenter, Sam Raimi, or Wes Craven. I know I enjoyed it, that I sat in a catatonic state for 130 minutes straight on that folding lawn chair, and if that isn't enough, what is? Story better end with Red kissing him. Wow, why didn't I think of that? I understand that you want to know more about these films. I remember a few of them. I remember a few plots. Now that I really mulled them over in my mind, I remember some things that are patently impossible. I remember Redline's roughly 430th film, made in 1996, The Atomic Atrocity. I know that the protagonist of the film was a young brunette woman, a scientist named Dr. Wesley Moss. whose goal was to rid the world of the atomic atrocity. I know that this film was in sepia tone. No, not stimulated sepia tone, but legitimate sepia tone. The film was designed to... Sepia tone, for those that don't know, is like a brown hue, like brownish stuff, similar to like black and white films. The film was designed to look like a film from the 1960s. I've seen many films over the years which try to simulate the 1960s. Quentin Tarantino say, let me tell you something. Tarantino's fake as shit. Halcyon's... I feel bad saying that I love Tarantino. Halcyon's film was authentic. There was film grain in it. You might look at Margot Robbie and say she's as great as Sharon Tate. Bullshit. If a movie is made in the 2010s and is set in the 1960s, the influence of the present will show through. Believe me, anything otherwise would be impossible. The actors will talk and behave like people in the 2010s. I take that back. Yes, sepia tone's like the Mexico filter from Breaking Bad. I disagree with that. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was great, and Sharon Tate is an angel. Well, Sharon Tate's an angel, but Margot Robbie's an angel. I actually haven't played the Halo games. I played part of them when I was a kid, but I don't... well, I take that back. I played Reach, and I loved Reach, but that's the only one I've played all the way through. Reach hit me in my core, the ending. It was so good. Anyway. Not so Wesley Moss. Wesley Moss was a woman of the 1960s. Fashion, hairstyle, dialect, everything. All this in 1996 at the peak of cybermania, when the 1960s were seldom emulated and never, absolutely never emulated well. Halcyon burst from his cognitive recesses, an honest-to-goodness remnant of the spirit of the 1960s. It was no cash grab. It was made for kicks, and it was authentic and respectful, and there were no references or meta-ness whatsoever. No nostalgia pandering, merely admiration for a bygone era. This is the kicker. I don't know who Wesley Moss is. I didn't know then, and I still don't know now. And Redline damn well knew that I never bothered to ask before he was shoveled into the ground. Wesley Moss, as I've said, was a woman, 30s. I have no idea how Redline met her, where Redline met her, who met who first. I can't imagine Redline knowing many women. He didn't know any men besides me and his father. See, this is also interesting. What are these movies that is full of, like, there's actors, there's characters, there's plots, there's all stuff. How? He never met anyone and no one ever saw these besides him. Like, what were they made? I have no idea what's going on, but enjoy it. That's fair. Anyway, Redline, as far as I knew, had no social life whatsoever. He didn't go to parties. I even invited him to a few once. Told him that he could screen one of his movies that everyone was waiting on him to show. He never did. He came up with some excuse. I'm busy. Excuse me. I'm busy, he said. Busy shooting with Moss? I don't know her real name. Wesley Moss was her character. I know she couldn't have been stock footage. I saw the script and she read it verbatim. This brings back some memories. I know Redline's films had actors in them. They had to. Coherent characters to move forward an equally coherent plot. What I don't know is where Redline got these actors. The internet only existed during about a third of his career, and only a fourth of what you could easily hire as many actors as there were in his movies. They were good actors. The same actors were never in a movie twice. Shadow people, moving behind the scenes. Lackeys like myself, perhaps, and at the middle of it all is Redline. Puppet master, pulling the strings. Garage, stocked with one type of media appliance from every decade. The man had Laserdisc. But this is the thing. If there were so many actors, surely word would have spread of the prodigy working from his home in Trinidad. They would have invited him to a showing, a big showing, an enormous one. If there were all these actors out there, all these secret collaborators, I never once saw them. And they would have leaked his films to the news, which they never did. The movies were so good that it's simply impossible for nobody to have leaked the secret eventually. It does feel like a Cognito Hazard Judas. It's like, yeah. I appreciate that, Captain Bro. Thank you. Thank you very much. I guess at the end of the day, that's where I ended, right? The movie. Yeah. I guess at the end of the day, Red was a man of secrets. And I can understand that. Southern Colorado is as close to Coconino County as I think it's possible to get in the earthly realm. Not Colorado Springs, certainly, and maybe not even Pueblo, but around Trinidad and Walsenburg, between Trinidad and Raton, one feels as if all natural laws have been suspended. The three saints visible, at nearly all times in melancholy and empty silence, sands but no cacti. Platius, mystic Spanish names. The very environment conjures inspiration. The environment for the mind of Redline Halcyon, a mind with no equal. It's kind of hard to pay attention without the dancing fruits. I'm sorry, dude, Galaxy. You'll have to pull them up on your phone or something. I've read stories of the sand dunes, of Indian thank you, peanut butter, of Indian tribes driven off by spirits for which the Spaniards thank themselves. Wait. I've read stories of the sand dunes, of Indian tribes driven off by spirits for which the Spaniards thank themselves, of mirages inspired by the blue peaks. I've been to the top of High Dune and seen Star Dune far off, know the temptation to move, to explore, go further and farther until the throat is parched. I've come back after a long walk on those things, heard the cries of the natives, and found sand in my shoes where there should have been none. I come back after a day among the tourists. Some speak French, some speak Spanish, some speak Portuguese. My pockets are filled with sand for weeks after, my shoes inundated with particulate. An alien landscape. I have eaten Wonder Bread and ham sandwiches at 3 a.m. at the gas station in Fort Lupton. If sand can appear from nowhere, if the savage spirits can save the Spaniard armies through an inexplicable miracle, if the desert haze by all that is holy can create an aura that cannot be found in Santa Fe or Denver, a kind of limbo between both, then who's to say that Redline could have accessed, alone in that garage, as the lawnmowers were? What? Is he saying... I think he had like a moment of clairvoyance there. I think... Do we have popcorn reading of the Hypnagogic Archive? Yeah. I appreciate that, Dead Stop. Thank you. I'm tired. My left knee aches from these cramped conditions. What cramped conditions? You see what I mean? It's like the narrator switched. Like what cramped conditions? What are you talking about? I'm tired. My left knee aches from these cramped conditions. I must go on, though, to preserve his memory. I'm writing this on a modern standard computer word processor. Would Redline have approved? Perhaps this memoir deserves a typewriter, or better yet, a notebook and pen. Oh well, I followed the letter of the law, if not the spirit. I will resume tomorrow. It's like there at the end there was... I suppose he's getting old. It's his knee giving out. He had that random switch where he suddenly begins, I've read the stories of the sand dunes. Like, it starts up here when he starts talking about the spirits of Colorado. I'm not familiar with Daniel Diaz. Alright, another entry. The more I think about Redline, the more things I remember. Yesterday, I looked up and down the house for the box of films. I still haven't found them. Maybe I can submit them to Telluride. I don't know if they accept posthumous submissions, but much less posthumous submissions that garnered no recognition during their span. Maybe they'll be rejected just because if the entire Halcyon collection was released, it would win every award known to man. I don't know. The point is I still couldn't find them. Wendigo, thank you, Indestructible Ape. I need to see them again. The more I think about Redline, the more questions I have. The more I think about my relation to him. He had no friends. I was an acquaintance at best. How can I call him a friend? I stopped by from time to time, checked up on him, said and watched his movies, yes, but I never went out with him. Not that there's much to do in Trinidad, but I offered him rides places. I would point at the car. Heck, I would say, I'm bored. Let's go up to Colorado Springs, Pioneer Museum, Garden of the Gods, kick around statues. If we're really bored, we can make fun of Focus on the Family. We can go make fun of Focus on the Family. It's funny. Come on, Red. There's a word out there and it's begging for us to go and conquer it. I would point at the car and make come on motions, and he would sit at the computer. No thanks. And that was it. No, that wasn't how it went. Not at all. See what I mean? See what I mean? He keeps switching. He keeps switching. The way that conversation just went, he goes, no thanks. And that was it. No, that wasn't how it went. Not at all. It's like he's arguing with himself almost. Like he has two different perspectives writing at the same time. My leg's asleep. Hold on. Oh, do you think the creator of the Hypnagogic Archive would be up for an interview? I'd love to hear YouTube banner and yap away. Yeah, I mean, he might be. He made a video coming out as the creator of it, because originally he was anonymous. So yeah, I might be able to get an interview. Nico. If the series has truly ended, then I think it'd be a good time to make a video for it, because I do like the archive. It'd be technically my third video on it, but that's fine. Adventure in Odyssey, that's the new... there's so many ARGs and horror stuff I have to cover. I have to taper them out. I don't like covering the same thing over and over. Like, I don't like covering a bunch of internet horror without doing real life horror. I don't like covering a bunch of real life without internet. Got to keep it varied. So I'll pace stuff out. Let's see. Wasn't how it went, not at all. I said earlier that Redline bicycled all the way up to Pueblo just to shoot some rusty machinery, and I wouldn't say that quality ever left him. I wouldn't say he never took advantage of a good setting. Many of his films were shot in Colorado Springs or even further. Heck, by the look at one of them, I would say it was shot around Boulder. He used the Garden of the Gods as a Martian landscape, Santa Fe Trail as an alien world, etched carvings on cliffs, and put a filter onto Pikes Peak. Effects weren't everything. He used landmarks like props. But then, I never saw him do any of this. Never saw him leave his house, and what's more, he didn't have a car. At least, I don't think he ever did. But, of course, the idea of him taking that bike everywhere is ludicrous. And yet, there on film, stuff beyond walking distance. Boggles the mind, doesn't it? How can I explain this? Consider. Do you think Red could be like Tyler Durden from Fight Club? I'm kind of getting that vibe a little bit, Judas. I don't know. Consider. There are two red lines. One is the recluse who hides in his garage, hunched over the cutter. The other is the explorer who implements and exploits everything beyond his immediate vicinity, who bicycles all the way up to Boulder without anybody noticing. One red line uses digital cameras and another uses analog cameras. One is a rebel and the other a conformist. One's films are mass marketable and the others are incomprehensible. Does that make sense? No, it's rubbish. I'm trying to write a memoir of this man, and here I can't even keep the facts straight. He was a man of contradictions? I saw him in 2000. At this point, he was well past film 400. He was shielding his eyes from the sun as the garage lifted, chewing on some kind of gum. Even now, I can remember the aroma. It was great. There are so many things I remember vividly and others I've forgotten entirely. For instance, what it was exactly we did that day. He was now around film 424. Film 424 was called Sewer Monsters in 3D. It wasn't in 3D, he told me. See, he remembers the titles, he remembers the smell of the gum he was chewing, but he's like, I don't remember anything about the movie. I still don't know exactly what he meant. I don't remember the film having anything to do with sewer monsters. If it did, I don't think I noticed them. If it did, I don't think I noticed them. They could have been just around the corner, in the shadows, under a manhole, something. Maybe there were sewer monsters. I paid more attention to the human characters. The chemistry between them was something to marvel at. I don't know how they were, Red never told me, and I didn't ask. His projector was long since gone. He watched it on DVD in the living room. At this point, I had become an executive officer at a local juice business. But is that what they call it? If you work at a juice business, you could be an executive officer? That sounds intense. Adventures in Odyssey is a focus on the family radio show. Interesting, okay. He keeps on saying, can't remember why he has the film. Yeah, he has the films in his house, yeah, and he can't find them apparently. I still don't know what he meant. I don't remember the film. Chemistry between them was something to marvel at. I paid more attention to the human characters. The chemistry between them was something to marvel at. I don't know who they were. Red never told me, and I did ask. His projector was long since gone. We watched it on DVD in the living room. Okay, so now the films are being made on DVD. At this point, I had become an executive officer at the local juice business. Yeah, that's what stopped me. That's what took me out of it, the juice thing. Peaches, apples, Colorado fruit. I bottled the stuff. No, I didn't bottle it. See, he keeps doing that. No, I didn't bottle it. I supervised people who, in turn, bottled it. I made $100,000 per year. What year was this? What year did he say this was? 2000? Man, 100 grand, 2000 for bottle and stuff. It's pretty good. I mean, it's pretty good now, but 2000 especially. And here was Redline. Balding, but still as sharp as ever. Full of energy. He had no money, no real job, I thought. But he was happier than I was. I wouldn't say our friendship... excuse me. Pardon me. I wouldn't say our friendship had evolved any. I would say it stagnated. Became unchanging, immovable. It was symbiotic, but he wasn't a parasite and neither was I. I needed entertainment, and every time a Halcyon film switched on, it was an excuse to remove myself from the world for 2 hours. To let red cinematography and scripts and anonymous actors carry me away. That's the point of entertainment, isn't it? I guess I did use Red a little. I treated him like an endless source of energy that could be used forever. Once tapped, it would gush forth like an oil well. The movies would never end. He would live forever. Maybe even sell his movies. But if he sold them, it would defeat the purpose. He was like solar power. His art was free and limitless. Another inconsistency. I came to his garage around 2001. Still the same. Mounds on the back of outdated technology, computer, TV, tape recorders, and shelves of cassettes, tapes, and VHS, all cataloged, titled. How did he maintain it? He had lost his job as a taxi driver in 1990, at least. They had fired him. Or did he ever work at a taxi company? Was he lying to me? Now that I remember the taxi tapes, as he called them, many seemed to be filmed not from the perspective of the driver, but from the perspective of a fellow passenger. Maybe he took them by coercing someone to ride with him, switched on the camera, and flashed the lens out of his pocket as the taxis rushed through the night streets like a phage through a capillary. And then he got home, stitched them together into a photo collage, showed them to me, tried to prove he had a job. That would be something, huh? The garage was the same nonetheless. Every appliance maintained. In work condition, the garage was the same nonetheless, every appliance maintained, in working condition, and ample storage. If it had been 2010 and I had been able to download the whole catalog, archive it in a massive folder, it would have been at least a terabyte. Who am I kidding? More than that, way more. How did he allow for all of this maintenance? Upkeep? Wait, how did he allow for all of this maintenance? Upkeep. The writing goes between very stilted and immediate to like very fluidity and language and stuff like that. Like this sentence structure is weird. In working condition, period. And ample storage, period. The whole catalog, archive in its massive folder, comma, it would have been a terabyte. Who am I kidding? More than that, way more. How did he allow us, anyway, how did he allow for all this maintenance? Upkeep? He wasn't good at technology. He was good at using it, but he didn't know how it worked. To maintain it, he'd need at least 2 technicians.
One for the analog stuff and another for the digital stuff. And I knew that by 2000, Red couldn't afford these things. He just couldn't. But there it was, everything, in order, stacks and stacks of it. I appreciate that, Glectol. Thank you very much. I didn't even know if Red's parents were still alive at this point. It had been a while since I came down. They still were. Red's father was old and getting older, had quit his job as a mechanic, and Mrs. Halcyon, well, she had been out of a job ever since switchboards went out of vogue. They were living off of pensions. They didn't have any time to support their son's, well, I guess you would call it an occupation since it took up all of his time. It was too much to be a hobby. What I mean is that the garage I was standing in front of was near impossible. I have not read that, Echo. Thank you very much for the dono, though. Was near impossible. The door opened and there was Red, smiling as usual. His hair was fading, but he still had a good crop, and he grinned at me from the dark interior like a mad elf. Behind him were the squawks of machinery at work. He had a floppy disk catalog machine now. Some of his films, I think 20 of them, he had stored on floppies, just for kicks. Now, if you remember floppies, you know they have a tiny amount of storage. Enough to hold a document, maybe. Not enough for movies. But the rear left corner of the garage was dedicated to floppy disks. 20 movies in all. Each floppy with 1 minute or something. Thousands and thousands. And this was when DVDs were getting popular. Heck, USBs have more space than floppies, and they're smaller. This machine was huge. It made white noise as it cataloged each disc. When put together, they would play a film. Luckily, in the collective Red gave me, he considerately condensed the floppy 20. What do you think of the Halo games? Someone asked me that earlier. I've only played Reach, and I liked it a lot, but it's fun. Hi, Red, I said. How you doing? Same as usual. Got a new machine, huh? I pointed to it. Huh? Oh yeah, new machine. He went over to it, switched it off. The blinking noise stopped, but his computer remained on. It hummed, buzzed. There was something playing on it. He had been busy. Busy as always. Where'd you get it? Huh? He was rummaging through the shelves, came out with the tape, popped it in his stereo, which was a combination tape player, radio, record player, CD player mix machine, reclined on his ratty old office chair, which had foam falling out in some places. I didn't mention the cost of the electricity. To maintain all this stuff, keep it running all the time whenever he wanted, he'd either have to pay a huge-ass bill or illegally siphon the electricity from somewhere. And knowing him, I wouldn't put it past him. And Trinidad was too small to even provide that much electricity. I said, where did you get the machine? The door opened. There he was, Red. The girl. Ha! Ha! See? He's doing it. He's doing it. He's going back and telling the story differently. The door opened. There he was, Red. The garage was well organized, upkept, some saws and ropes here and there. In the middle was his father's old BMW. Red didn't use it. He didn't have a driver's license. The walls were concrete brown. There were a few board games on one corner. He sat at the table with a laptop, looked up at me, shrugged. Next to him was a small stack of CDs. Is there a Wendigoon Discord server? There is not. He was clean and dressed to the nines and looked calm and peaceful. Such was to be expected. 1 year ago, he had been married. I attended his wedding. Since then, he had got a job at a local real estate firm. Seemed like a happy guy, and he assured me that the kids would be on the way soon. Oh, he's flipping. He's changing. The machine whirred and clicked. This? He pointed to it again. Yeah, that. Local store, Tech Whiz on Bryden. They have stuff you wouldn't believe. See? See? Hold on, let me look back, go and see what the formatting looks like on this page. Yeah, there's no indication between these flips over here either. Didn't think so. Okay. I love every time I click to that, everyone's like, oh, my eyes, it burns.
Local store, Tech Whiz on Brighton. They have stuff you wouldn't believe. Kind of like a thrift store, but they only take tech stuff. This gym is genius, really. 4,500 parts. Even came with a manual. It's their policy to sell only complete stuff, no bullshit. You wouldn't believe what they have. They have this video game from the 1950s, basically like Pong. Lights up. I'm thinking of saving up for it. Red was good at many things, but he wasn't a very good liar. If he had stolen his through who knows what means, I would insist that he did the right thing. No, what was I thinking? Red was a decent guy. I knew him. He was honest. There could be a store like that. He was a hard worker, passionate and innovative, and this floppy disk machine, these 4,500 parts, all meshed together and sporting 1-minute intervals through some insanity, were acquired through honest means. Looking into his dirty spectacles, looking right through into his soul, I knew that. Honest means, but not normal means. I paused a moment, went over, and felt it whir and click. Don't bullshit me, Reg, I said. I've been up and down Brighton. No such place. Where did you really get it? I grinned, hoping that he would be honest with me. I was his friend, right? Since the 70s. Surely that amount of loyalty, the times I had left parties, left my social life in the dust, even lost money for movie nights with Red, surely that deserves something in return other than movies. Didn't it? Didn't I deserve an explanation? Apparently not. Can you make a Discord, please? Also, no cursing. I'm not really interested in making a Discord. Someone made a Discord himself for like fans or whatever, but I'm not in it. I don't use Discord for anything other than work, like contacting other people. So I don't like crowding it up, and also like I'm not gonna have time to manage it or keep track of it or whatever. But if anyone else wants to, I mean, by all means, like I said, I don't use Discord. Other than movies, apparently not. I'm sorry, he said, hunched on his decrepit. It's funny how everyone's like, no cursing, no cursing. It's inappropriate. Stop. My rule with cursing is always I don't curse. But if I'm reading a piece of fiction that uses cursing, it's important to the narrative, so I keep it to maintain itself, unless I won't say like the F word or GD or something like that, or something explicitly crude, like referring to like a female body part or something like that. Like that's too much. But if it's within reason, then I try to keep it to maintain the structure of the story. Because here I think the swearing actually matters, because there's only been 3 paragraphs where they're swearing, and it's pretty frequent in there. And I think those sections relate back to like things that are happening. I think the swearing indicates that there's been another switch, that there's been a change. If that makes any sense. I don't know, it's crazy. Anyway. I'm sorry, he said, hunched on his decrepit office chair, but despite the inherent sadness of the scene, enjoying himself as he resembled footage of what looks like a clay spider, there are some things here that I just can't talk about. I promised. I mean, all of them are human. You don't need to worry about that. This floppy disk machine, it's a real model. From people just like you and me. He had slammed his fist on the table. He had said too much. The original question was like, I've been up and down Brighton, no such place. So this whole section right here is Red talking. This part where he's talking about the machine. And he's like, oh, well, there's a store up the road where you can get this machine. And that's when our character, our writer, comes in and says, no, don't tell me that. I've been all up and down. This place doesn't exist. Where'd you really get it? And he's like, after everything I've done for you, you owe me that. Where'd you get it? And all that Red can say is, sorry, there are some things here that I just can't talk about. I promised. I mean, all of them are human. You don't need to worry about that. This floppy disk machine, it's a real model from people just like you and me. He slammed his fist on the table. He had said too much. What's the Gary loves you? I know it's a faith reference, but what? Just curious, what started? If you ask me, Indestructible 8 biblical horror. Just what's your? The Just Like You and Me was right there. I get that, but people were saying Gary loves you earlier than that. Yes, Gary is a normal human just like you and me. Yeah, I know that, but you all were saying that beforehand. Oh, red? Oh, people were making the connection with the word red, like red line because Gary's depicted as red. Okay. Nah, if they want her, they can have her. Your average fox. Also, don't appreciate being called the chicken fry streamer. It happened one time. Thank you. All right. Anyway, of course it comes from people. Where did you think I'd think it came from? The answer was obvious. I left. I checked online later that night. No such place. Interesting. All right. My annoyance towards Red Secret subsided as we entered middle age. What had been youthful fascination grew into mature, nonchalant indifference, and I worked at the juice factory, and I knew that when I turned 55, I could retire. I'm retired now, and even though I remained a semi-swinging bachelor for the whole time, it's been a good life. From 2000 to 2005, I asked nothing, because these were Red's golden years. I thought he might stop at 500. He didn't. He kept on going. Spinning, worrying, clicking away in his garage. I visited him quite a bit. During this time, he was a speed demon. The movies during this time were even better. Circus O'Gore came out during this time. The Beast from 50,000 Meters. Spilling Ooze. He even made a puppet of the Open Maw. Wonderful things. I spent my time around the garage, puttering with his things. This absorbed maybe 25% of my time. That's a huge amount of time to spend with just a guy who doesn't really consider you a friend. You spend a quarter of your life with a guy who's like making these movies no one else can see? Man. Absorbed 25% of my time. In 2004, something strange happened. I don't want to remember this, but it's risen from the deep. The thing is, before I set my fingers to these keys, I've never had memory blocks or anything like that. In fact, I went to see a neurologist last year and he said I was perfectly okay. I suppose that these memories coming back is good. It shows that I'm not slowly deteriorating. Red called me on the phone in 2004. It was late and I was up in Pueblo. By this point, I had rented a decent apartment, also owned a house, mortgage would be gone soon. Juices were surprisingly profitable. I was happy to hear Red's voice over the phone, but then he started crying and weeping. I got up and put on my shirt, still holding the handset. Mom died. I hung up and sped over there. I knew that Red would thank me later. He needed to see me in person, not just talk with me over the phone. I was there in about an hour. The house was dark and the curtains were drawn. The garage was locked. I knocked on the door. Hands appeared behind the curtains. They were Red's. His father, I assumed, was drinking. His condition had been bad for a while. Red turned the lock. I'm so sorry, Red. He undid the chain and opened up. He was older than me, still, 10 years or so. That doesn't make any sense. At the beginning of the story, he said, I was 20 and Red was 21. But now he's saying that Red is 10 years older than him. About an hour. 10 years or so. Getting fat still, he looked at home in the garage. He looked tired. He did not open the door to the garage. He opened the door to the front door. He looked tired. There were bags under his eyes, and he was wearing some dusty pajamas. He looked over my shoulder at the car in the driveway to ascertain that I was there. Sorry about what? your mother. Huh? He shook himself awake. Yeah, Mom, sad. Do you want to come in? I have hot chocolate. I can spike it if you want. He looked puzzled. He yawned. Hot chocolate? Red, screw the chocolate, I screamed. Your mother, Red. Where's her body, her corpse? When does the Undertaker get here? Or have you been so busy in that garage that you didn't notice your mother died just now? He stepped back, scared out of his wits. I drew back, scared of what I had just said. Mom died long time ago. He was right. Of course she had died. In 1995. I was there. Whoever had called me had been a prank caller. Sounded an awful lot like Red. They were crying, sure. Crying to get a rise from out there over the lights and mountains. Some smartass on the wire. Sounded like Red, and here I had disturbed Red. I panted and came in, put my hands on his back. Hey, I was the guy who sent a message about Lisa a bit ago, but there's another RPG Maker series worth looking. The Fear and Hunger games are pretty graphic, and the first one's outright a shot game, but 2 is like RE4. Yeah, I'm familiar with Fear and Hunger. I've mentioned it before, they'll probably cover it at some point. Thank you for the 20, very kind. Let's have that hot chocolate, I said. He went over to the cabinet and got out 2 mugs. He had it unspiked. I told him to put whiskey in mine. He had abstained from alcohol ever since his dad had started. From the other room, I could hear his father, old and gray, snoring loudly. Nobody with him. Red brought both the mugs over to me. I sipped it. Good. Warming. Mind if I stay the night? I would be wasted soon. No condition to drive, and I was tired besides. Sure. He flipped on one of his movies, somewhere around 510. We sat together on the couch, sipped. Red even gave me refills. He was a decent guy. Around 3 a.m. he switched the TV off, went to bed. Brought out some pillows and blankets. I sacked out on the couch, woke up at noon, drove home. When I woke up, the house was empty and silent. Picturesque, even. How was it I drove a full hour, Pueblo to Trinidad, and never once remembered that Red's mom had already died? The more I think about it, the more I remember that voice. The more I think about it, the more it seems like it was Red's voice. Did he mean she was dead and he just then remembered? Maybe he was having some kind of nervous breakdown. I could imagine it, cooped up alone in the house with his ancient father. And when he answered the door, he seemed like he hadn't remembered calling me. More than that, he seemed perfectly sane, as if I had woken him up. And even if he was going crazy, how was it that I drove 1 hour without remembering the funeral until Red reminded me? I still don't know. The more I look back, the more I'm reminded of how Red was. When I started this memoir, I figured I would kind of make him out to be your typical indie filmmaker. Then I remembered that nobody else had seen his work besides me. Then the memories rise up. They come from my synapses, explode from the purple abyss of meat matter. They spring in like photographs. I assume the best biographers experience the same thing. Click. Thank you, Traumata. It's late in Pueblo, and I meet Red in an alley. He's with his camera, and we duck out of sight. He introduces me to someone else. I forget their name, but it's a lady. She smiles. She vanishes. It's late in Pueblo, and I meet Red in an alley. He's with his camera. We stroll down the street for a while. He shows me some of the footage he's taken. I tell him it looks good. He says bye. I say bye. I drive home and go to sleep. The next day, I've made $600. Click. We're walking around Garden of the Gods. Me and Red. Just 2 bros goofing around. The year is 1982, and Red is happy that he lives so close to such a Martian landscape. He tells me to stand in front of the kissing turtles and wave. Raise your ray gun, he tells me. He goes over to his SUV, pulls out some aluminum foil from his truck, tears off sheets, molds them around me. Aluminum suit, he tells me. I say it looks stupid. No, he says, you look great. I pose. I do look great. Red poses in front of the balancing rock.
We're on the sand dunes. I look around. I'm confused. Red tells me not to worry about it. We climb onto the top and roll down. By the end, our asses are full of sand. We set until the stars come out. The sand is room temperature, soft. Red tells me the next time he'll bring his camera. Excellent material. Click. Red sits in front of his computer. Vivid reds and blues and pixels fill his magic laboratory. 1 second he wears glasses. The next second, he doesn't. Things shift like stop motion. 1 second there are VHS tapes here, then they're over there. The speed man, eh, Red? So speedy. Things change. He bends over the image of his computer, the one thing in the garage that doesn't change. His grin is frightening but comforting, sadistic but empathetic, evil and kind. Smoke billows from the screen, and he's consumed by the glow. Click. Thank you, Floss. In 1 month before Redline's death, which happened either due to old age or a car accident, he's sharp as ever, bright as ever. He's just on his 606th film, Lightning on Demand, but before he dies he'll produce 2 more, both of which I still have. He hands them to me in a cardboard box, smiles, says to take care of them. I agree because of course I will. Red, what are friends for? The whole Halcyon collection at my fingertips. Each one is either DVD or VHS format. The box is cardboard unless it's plastic. He's wearing glasses unless he isn't. I tell him I'll take care of them. Red, you can trust me. About time you got to cataloging them all. Click. It's 3 days ago and I'm watching Red being lowered into the ground at the Trinidad Cemetery, next to his mother and father. The date is what it is. The coffin is there. His parents are there. There are a few people, some I invited and some knew his parents. There are no last rites, or are there? Who knows? I don't know what to think anymore. I am not familiar, Nico. My best friend, Redline Halcyon, died 3 days ago. I looked around the house for the movies. I finally found them, in the basement. Of course, I had put them there. I misplace things often. Surrounded by some old magazines, hardware, assorted junk, I thought I'd put them in the attic. I walked towards them. There they were. Here were the treasures, the old forgotten relics of yesteryear. We had some good times, Redline, didn't we? You were my friend. My best friend. I knew other people, but they never stayed. Friends to the end. I dusted the box off, held it for a minute. What happened next I can't really describe. The box was gone. My arms were empty. The next second I was standing at the basement door, looking down into the abyss. There's an exercise machine down there, an inversion table, air hockey. I looked around. No box. No movies. I've lost them. I said I wouldn't. It was the guy's dying wish, but I've misplaced them. Oh well. The films weren't anything but a bunch of foil and cardboard and plastic straws and toothpicks and clay and who knew what else. They were nothing special. 3 days ago, I began this memoir. 3 days ago, I also posted to an internet forum about my friend Redline Halcyon. I was banned and most of my posts were deleted, erased from existence. They thought I was joking, that I was kidding them around, because nobody just makes 600 movies and doesn't show them to anybody, do they? They showed them to people. Nobody makes art for art's sake. Nobody can make art for art's sake. Art's expensive. I was banned and all but the one post at the beginning of this story were deleted. You can still find it online if you look hard enough. I forget which forum it was. I posted it. It's still there. I know it's still there. It describes the construction of Chucky the evil doll, who was nothing but cardboard and straws with a shit-stained grin drawn on the front with a Sharpie. Yet in the hands of Redline Halcyon, he bloomed into something more than that. A walking, talking animatronic terror, and I sat in front of Red's TV and watched. Good times, weren't they, Red? I visited Redline Halcyon's grave yesterday in the Trinidad Public Cemetery. It's still there, and he's with his parents. I suspect that his grave will be there for a long, long time. He was a good man,
The world needed more like him. Oh well, I think as I climb back into the car. My right knee hurts. I need to get out more, I think, as the sun peeks from behind a cloud and I go home to Colorado Springs. I'll have a jog. I remember you read, for whatever that's worth. Okay, so I have two theories about what that story could be. Either Red is some kind of entity, and everyone who is a part of his films, everyone who acts in them, shares a consciousness. There's those scenes where like someone's like, I'm confused. I'm not near the end where it's like, I'm confused. I shouldn't be here. But he's like, don't worry about it. I'll bring a camera next time. That everyone who works on his films has a shared memory, and that's why they can't remember them, the film itself, because they'd be seeing themselves. That's why this guy has memories of Red's entire life. It wasn't one individual person who was his friend. It's the collective memory of everyone who spent time with him ever. That's one theory. The other theory is that the main character, the person writing this story, is losing his mind, and instead he is thinking, that's why I was looking up Redline Halcyon. The name is whose name is Redline, right? That's a super specific name. Maybe he is thinking of some old VHS format, some old movie copy, and he has embodied the entire genre, or like this entire series of films as a person. And he is viewing those films as an individual. I don't know. Yeah, it sounds like a company name. Yeah. One of those two. I don't know. I do know I liked it. I do know that was cool. That was cool, ambivalent. It was strange. It was weird. I thought that was great. I enjoyed it. That went hard. I'm not going to read another one that's 22 pages, but I will see if there's another shorter one I could pull up. Can I lower the brightness? My word. No. My eyes! Halcyon's name of medication, a benzodiazepine. Okay, interesting. What would Redline be? Has to be movie related. Has to be movie or film related. In for a Penny, I did that one. The Janitor's new. It doesn't look that long. And I don't want to read just lore-related ones. I want to read creepy ones. Okay, let's see what. Yeah, this is much shorter. We can do this one. Parkour Father. Redline's a movie theater chain? That's a movie in AMC. People refer to the halcyon days when reminiscing. Okay. Well, let me end that poll. Because I am going to read all of these on my own time. It's just a matter of what you all want to hear. So while you answer that poll, I'm going to go to the bathroom really quick. Maybe... Yeah, maybe Ray. I don't know. I feel like the theory that makes the most sense is that he is hyperfixating on... No, I think what it is that the people who are in Red's films share a subconscious, because there's a section at the end where it's like click, 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 like it's going through the different memories, the different segments that they have. And that explains why so many people appear in these movies, but he never went anywhere, because they're all in one collective hive mind of sorts, even if they don't know it. It's the collective memories of several people. That's why he spent 25% of his life with Red, because it was all these different people that did it. That's how he had all these actors, his shadow people, as he called them, working behind the scenes. Because he is, the writer of the story is in essence the shadow people. We never got a name for him. Sometimes Red was a year older than him. Sometimes Red was his best friend. Sometimes he hardly knew him. Yeah, maybe Asmal. That makes sense. Yeah, Red seemed to change. I don't know. Yeah, if this series is over, I'm going to make a video about it. I don't know. It gives me a lot to think about, right? Yeah, that's just one of the like dozens of stories on there. They're all like that. They're all like to that kind of degree, that writing style. All right, yeah, we'll do. Let me look at the poll. Yeah, that's majority win. All right, let's do this one, the janitor. The collector. Let me look at that one. Oh, it's about Joyce. Okay, I'll Okay, hold on. Let's do the janitor first. It's just 5 pages. I can blow through that. All right. Originally posted to helpfulreviewer.com September 19th of 2004. Inigo Valdez did not look as we had expected him to when he answered the ad in the paper, offering his services for a meager rate of $50 a day. He was short with a bristling mustache and a gray cap. His age was indeterminate, could have been anywhere from 40 to 60, and his eyes were difficult to make out beneath his brow, which was coated in sweat. Nerves characterized him. He told us as he had been deliberately excluded from entry to the country due to the Patriot Act. Some amateur Border Patrol agents at the gate in El Paso had accused him of having ties to Hezbollah, which he had denied outright, and even so his visa was rejected time and again. Finally, at his wits' end, he had chosen to ford the rapids of the Rio Grande illegally, risking his reputation and freedom to enter the country. According to the interview we conducted with him, he hadn't even done so out of economic desperation, as he had come from a decent family in Cancun. According to him, his father, Ricardo Valdez, had been the owner of a beach resort. Inigo had been attracted to the opulence and attitude of we gringos, had learned of American geography and dialects at the Autonomous University of Yucatan and Merida, and craving adventure, he envisioned himself as a sort of modern-day Zorro. His obligations to his father got in the way, however, and soon he found himself in middle age. No women were interested in him. He was despondent and reckless, and after scuffles with the aforementioned bureaucracy, he threw himself headlong into the States, determined to acquire a low-paying job and remain under wraps. This was how, he said, he found himself, after many days of hitchhiking and a short excursion to Yellowstone on a Greyhound bus in Fort Collins. In that time, he had picked up the local phrases, had shaved the beard that showed up conspicuously on his ID, and had ultimately decided to settle in northern Colorado because he assumed, due to the semi-rural and centrist atmosphere, it would be the last place the feds would think to search for him. We told him that he would need to show up 5 days a week to clean the shelves and that he could also borrow whatever he wanted for the weekend to enjoy at his own pace. He gave me a firm handshake and told me he'd be ready bright and early the next morning, and we supplied him with a uniform and some other equipment. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot I said I would light it so it looks better. It's easier for me to read too. Stop it. Thank you, Nico. Gotcha. 5 days, weekend, uniform, and some other equipment. True to his word, he stepped off the bus at exactly 7:15 a.m. with no objections and without saying a word, and in that gray cap, he went directly to his business. At around noon, he took one of the tapes off the shelf, turned it over wistfully in his palm, and asked me if he could listen to it on his Walkman. Of course, I told him. It was Perry Como. As he swept the floor and sprayed it with lemon scent and disinfectant, he related how the music was nostalgic for him due to it being played regularly at his father's resort over the loudspeakers. Something about Valdez Sr.'s ailing health, how if Inigo wasn't found by the government, his father would find him first, that he would likely be expected to attend the funeral and would likely inherit the property, a prospect he wasn't particularly looking forward to considering his spur-of-the-moment sensibilities. The way he inspected every wall was methodic and mesmerizing, thorough. He left no stone unturned, pausing to look for cobwebs under light fixtures and mildew behind racks. Over the next few weeks, he became a regular fixture around the premises and spent all his time combing every room with bleach and ammonia. Look, I hope not at the same time. That's mustard gas. Save his periodic breaks at 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. when he went outside for lunch and dinner, which he brought with him on the bus and kept in our mini fridge. He wasn't very talkative with anyone besides me, in whom he seemed to confide a great deal. Perhaps it was that they were jealous of him, being the only paid worker, or perhaps it was just that he largely minded his own business, ambling along the dirt paths.
stretching his arms, breathing in that clean and refreshing Boulder County air. He was especially fascinated by the layout of the grounds, the arrangement of the respective buildings, and gradually developed a routine by which he was able to reach each one as fast as possible if an inspection was needed. He didn't ask any questions about the dust, not where it came from or how there was so much of it piling up in the corners and in the ash cans or what it was composed of. He wasn't the type to ask questions because he knew that the feds would do the same to him if given the opportunity. Questions and inquiries generally made him uncomfortable. Early on, he asked me what I would prefer, and I told him he could do whatever he thought was best, and he generally did. His routine was cut short a few nights ago. I and Asphasia had been working late, consumed by a stack of 35mm film, which I told her I could restore. I was fiddling with one of the projectors we had on site, trying to feed the film onto the reel. She came back into the room with a bag of peanuts from the pantry closet and sat down and watched me work. She ate the peanuts slowly. I'm not sure why I was still holding on to some sort of extant hope by then that she was interested in me as anything other than a friend, which is what we had been ever since our days at CU Boulder. To be honest, it was difficult for me to think of her as anything else than that. We had our own internal problems, but she was worse off than I was. Since we started out here, she had some weight, bags appeared under her eyes, and half the time she looked like she was having an aneurysm. Right when it seemed I had the projector set up, Inigo came running in, clutching that peculiar gray cap in his hands with an incredible force. He was out of breath and the veins in his neck were visible, dripping with perspiration. He was screaming incoherently. Asphasia offered him some peanuts, and he took them and gulped them down, and then went over to the water cooler to douse his forehead. "What's up, man?" I asked. He was trembling, his nervous system careening into overdrive. I offered him a chair so he could sit down. El hombre del sombrero, he yelled at me. Those eyes, usually demure and timid, were now wide open, his throat dry and cracked from all the running he had done. I was then that I realized it was 8 p.m. and he had... Oh, the Hat Man! Oh, sombrero, hombre! Oh, the Hat Man. Yeah, the man in the hat. He shows up in a, other stuff. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. 8 p.m. and he had probably been out eating his dinner, which was usually consisted of a deli sandwich of peas, and which his usual spot of a grassy knoll overlooking the highway. Grassy knoll? Sorry, JFK. Every time you say something, JFK, I imagine Kennedy saying it. So when you said the Hat Man tucks me in at night, I imagine the Hat Man tucks me in at like that voice. No, Nico, that's what my chats are for, clearly. Anyway, tell me more, I said. He hesitated somewhat, and then his breathing became slower and he replaced the cap onto his matted hair. He told me to close the blinds at the window, as if there was something out there he didn't want to see. I pulled them down and the room was immediately thrown into deep evening shadow. As if on cue, the projector sputtered to life and the film displayed a sweeping panorama of a vibrant city street from what appeared to be the 1970s. El hombre del sombrero, he repeated. Sake, you don't know Spanish. It's not that hard. Be quiet or he'll hear you. Wait, he said that? Yeah, he said that. You don't know Spanish. It's not that hard. Be quiet or he'll hear you. He pulled us closer, lowering his cadence to a whisper. My aunt told me about him when I was young, he said. Furtive glances to us both. She had difficulties with her pregnancy. Doctor prescribed her some kind of sedative, Benadryl. This disrupted her circadian rhythm, and she would wake up at midnight and sleepwalk, stuff like that. And she saw him, and now I've seen him. He knows I'm here. His eyes seemed transfixed on the projector. Light peeped out from the cracks in its shell. Lines of exposure crept over the walls and furniture. Yeah, if we get a giant in here at Bucket Dealer, this is my kind of... We're here. We're so back. He is the most evil Pendeo, Valdez continued. He was chasing me in the grass. Through it. Trapped on all sides. Need to get out of here. Please, drive me somewhere. His hands were moving around, and he looked as if he was on the verge of having a heart attack. So finally, Aphasia gave in and took him out to her car, and I stayed behind to watch for anything suspicious outside. My sleep paralysis demon is SCP-47. Am I a sinner? Yeah, that's called, assuming that your experience with SCP-1471 is the experience we saw on stream the other night, then that is called a succubus, and that means you are. Hours passed, and I wasn't able to make anything out, but it was overcast, so I could have missed it. I kept looking behind my shoulder for whatever reason, flinching. Hoped I wouldn't become like Inigo. Whatever he had been witness to had been enough to make blood congeal. It had been terror manifest. By 11, I saw the headlights of the car pull in, and she came in without making any noise and sat down next to me, and we both reached out and felt the sides of the projector. "Where'd you take him?" "His house," she said. I had never seen it before, actually. Been to it before, actually. It's a duplex in Fort Collins along the border of Eastdale. He has all these drawings and charts on the wall. Looked insane. I asked him about it, but he just slammed the door in my face and said goodnight. She was tired too, so I reached across and put a reassuring hand onto her shoulder. "Probably for the best," I told her. "You look sleepy yourself. How about we call it a night?" I like this guy/girl. I feel like it's a girl writing this story. I can't tell. So I appreciate this girl who, like, as mentioned earlier, they've got a crush on this other girl. And it's like, man, demons are outside, and this crazy janitor might have summoned something to come kill us. Anyway, well, you deserve like, or yeah, it could be the man in the yellow hat from Curious George. Why didn't I think of that? Drawing his house. Someone said woo lesbians. I have no idea why I think that the reader is a girl. The way it works is when I start reading a story, I immediately picture the narrator. I don't even have like ammunition for why I think the narrator is something if they don't describe themselves. And unless that gets contradicted, it doesn't change. So in my head, for some reason, the writer's a girl. Writer, the last one, a guy. I don't know why. It's what my brain does. Okay, where's that part? How about we call it night? She connected with my pupils and I with hers. And for just one tantalizing electric moment, it seemed as if she was going to perform the inevitable and reach across the table and pull me onto her face and press her lips against mine. Ooh. But it wasn't inevitable. We stayed where we were, and then she got her coat and stood up. I heard the sound of her engine idling a few minutes later, and after that, I think I fell asleep on the chair. The next day, Inigo didn't show up for his shift, or the day after that, or the next day. He was absent, and we hoped that he was just sick or exhausted. But the weekend passed, and I waited at the bus stop, expecting to see those leather shoes stepping off the platform. Absolutely nothing. I do think he saw something out there that night, and he didn't have the courage to face it head on. Since he's been gone, the dust has kept gathering. Place gets dusty, you know. Chloe told me what it was a while back. She's probably lying, but it's disturbing to have around anyway. Make you cough. Inigo was willing to take it out, confront the problem, but without him it grows by the hour. I went up to see how he was doing yesterday. I spent the drive up I-25 listening to some Perry Como tape, pulled up in front of the address Aphasia had given me, and knocked on the door. No answer. I called out. It was then that I realized the door was unlocked, so, without as much as a second thought, I stepped inside and looked around. Glued to the ceiling, to the walls, and a bookshelf, and covering most of his bed, were amateur sketches of an eerie silhouette, wearing a trench coat with a wide-brim hat and enveloping cloak. Hundreds of these drawings, jutting out from the floorboards and arranged in patterns, tacked into the drywall here and there, but no sign of Inigo. Inigo was gone. Today, we decided not to mention him anymore. Bring him up to the local police. He's beyond the reach of the law, beyond our reach. I don't think we can do anything for him, although maybe we never could have to begin with. Maybe some people are just naturally unlucky. Wherever he is, he's found some kind of peace, whatever that means these days.
Dope. So the janitor shows up, got attacked by the Hat Man, and disappeared from reality. That is the second story in this series to mention the Hat Man, which is fascinating. Okay. So what we're going to do now, my voice needs a break. That's the same length. Yeah, basically. My voice needs a break. Let me see. If this is the last short one, then I'll read it. But if there's more short ones, I may. This is one of my favorites, Longing for Something Greater. It's one of my favorites. I appreciate that, Grunge. Thank you. Mirror to the Abyss is that little poem. This looks like it connects to the archives. Well, maybe not. Oh, well. This definitely does because it's got the painting from the other ones. Yeah. I think when the spaced out text appears, it's the creatures. Requiem for Steve, familiar with that. Shelby, Final Thoughts. Shelby was one of the writers. Final Thoughts is the name that the people who run the site are given. The Traveler. That's a new short story. Okay, we can read that one. It's one page. That's the one I read. This was the name of the place that the Los Guanos. That's the rest stop, I'm pretty sure, from Longing for Something Greater. I think. I covered zither, yeah. Okay, so really the only ones that are still like short story wise are The Collector. Here, I'll do this. The Collector. No, it wasn't that one. It was this one's too long, but there's a couple other short ones. Not that one. I think that was a bit long. I'll open it, but this one for sure, Vegetative State. And then Vessel for Commerce was the other one, yeah. And then yeah, travel blog. Okay. All right, so that's everything off that. Have you ever thought about doing any Dead Space lore content? Yeah, I've thought about it. I like the Dead Space games. I've played them all. There's also this one, Text Files Written Backwards. More stories, it seems. But I don't know why these are backwards as opposed to the others. Nothing seems hidden on the page. The Eternal Friend. Okay, that one's also short. Neon Fumes. Skies on Fire. That one's also pretty short. Okay, well, interesting. Alright, so there's also the videos. The guest book is unusable, I'm pretty sure. Because, like, anyone can add to the guest book. It used to be there was only a couple people visiting the site, so you could find lore in here. But now anyone can say anything, so it's not really reliable. These are from 3 days ago, like a few days ago. The blog is actually really good for the lore because it's them, it's the owners of the site writing. Which we won't get into here. Okay, so what is this? Seville. No, I don't. Okay. Evils makes the most sense. Yesterday's Evils. Evils yesterday. That makes sense because it's all about the archives. And it used to be... Wendigoon, did you show the page?
For old web content. Every story is comprised of the website staff. If anyone were to read the text file, the website staff. If anyone were to read the text files or click on any of the videos that are listed on the site, they would be greeted by tales of the supernatural and videos whose purpose is unexplained.
Bringing yesterday into today. Okay, that's what it used to say. And now that it's there... Yesterday lives yesterday, lives yesterday. This is definitely yesterday. Veils yesterday. I don't know. Vials, who knows. All right, interesting. Okay, no, go back. I didn't mean to. For those that don't know the way WebRing works, you can keep hitting next and just make it through a circle. Yesterday lives. Oh yeah, the whole thing's backwards. Yeah, because you'd read it. Oh, it's not scrambled. It's just backwards. I'm so stupid. I assumed it was totally scrambled. I'm so dumb. Yeah, it just says yesterday lives backwards. Okay. All right. So yeah, it went from preserving the past or whatever, bringing yesterday into today to just yesterday lives. Gotcha. Okay. So while I think about what we want to do about that. Promoted mother on the Hypnagogic guest book. First stream in days with no pyro type incident. Just give it a minute. I'm sure it'll happen. I almost had a really bad one last night. I might. I don't like making music videos about music that much because it's just fighting copyright claims the whole time. It's really frustrating. You should check out the Black Dragonfishes. Okay. I'm not going to break from the archive right now. I'm just going to break from reading because we also have the YouTube channel. Which, if I recall, I watched this.
Ability to release about problems, events, letting body tissue, arteries, veins, and limbs, love grudges, that type of thing. Flesh.
I appreciate that. Well, thank you.
The specific functions and imbalances. Disease. Flesh. Large intestine governs the production of mucus throughout the body to eliminate friction. Ability to release.
I think I've watched this one. I'm pretty sure I've seen this. Burger and fries alert. Is this a meme? She couldn't avoid us. This is likely in reference to Shelby. She's mentioned in the series, but we don't. Y'all don't have to worry about that right now. What? Hold on. She couldn't avoid us. What would you think you? Why would you think you can? She couldn't avoid us. Why would you think you can? Lovely, okay. See, it touts itself as like, oh, we're preserving old media, like employee training tapes, but...
Hello. Convey information quickly and legibly. Keep
my intros.
Hello. Convey information quickly and legibly.
That's such a
Keep
good
in
cut.
mind that the best charts
Hello.
are those which allow the audience to understand your information clearly. Keep them simple and, above all, legible.
Three main chart types. Text charts, which
Alright, I'm not gonna make you guys sit through a seizure inducer.
and organization charts, which are used to display
Willingly.
hierarchical
I'll
relationships
accidentally
among
do that a
departments
lot,
or
but
functions
I won't
within
make
an
you
organization.
on purpose.
Slapping, punching, pushing, screaming, yelling.
They are best suited for demonstrating differences between data at set moments in time. Set moments in time.
High level of danger.
Darker colors tend to work best to the left in a cluster of bars. Consider first the projection and
Alright, seizures. Awesome. Okay. Sorry. This one's upcoming? Ellis.
Early this morning, with the from the Russian border.
Alright, I won't make you all sit through all of it. This is stuff for me to go through and view on my own time. Alright, here's the question. Well, I listened to a bit of this to see if this is legitimate. The guy
I
who's
created one of the most viral ARGs the internet has seen in quite some time. This is definitely my most successful project to date, and I wasn't planning on making this video quite so soon, but I think it's worth it, and you know, just a little behind the scenes for you here, so I'm gonna reveal the magic. If you don't want the magic of the archive spoiled for you, then click away in 3, 2, 1, here we go. The first facet of the alternate state sequence is the Hypnagogic Archive. I had no idea anyone would be able to really connect me to it, but you know, they found my video You Might Have Seen Me, which is pretty much like an introduction to the concept of the Hypnagogic Archive, and yeah, they found that, and I wasn't, you know, I was like shocked, like, wow, but it only took a little while for them to find out all that old stuff that so ugly, like people just hating on my comics and me, and they do really good at figuring.
Alright, yeah, that video is something I need to explore when I make my video about it, inevitably. Look, y'all are telling me, like, oh, you have to change it. I have left it to democracy every time. Every decision we've made, I have left to I've seen what the people want, okay? Oh, that's very sweet of you to say, WebWop. I don't think I'm that intelligent. It's very kind of you to say, but I don't know. God's nice to me for some reason. I don't deserve it. Okay, what do you all want? What do you all want me to change to? I've seen Thalassin, Bucket Dealer, I'm pretty sure. Y'all got... I've seen a lot of Smiley tapes. Saw Valet Verda. Okay. I have to give you people binary choices or no one's gonna... You're all gonna go in different directions. I've seen Vita Cardis, Cash Porter. I'm familiar with it. We watched it on stream. Emesis again. Okay. No one is binary in this chat. That's fair, but apparently for voting, they need that, or else they'll go crazy. Even then, you all... come up with something. 55%, that's nothing. How long are these series? I'm not watching the Jurassic Park VHS. The Jurassic Park VHS is so varied. It's like you gotta watch a lot. I've seen the whole playlist. There's a lot of bad stuff. There's some good stuff. There's a lot of bad stuff. It's the Oracle Project. Yeah, the Oracle Project is Vintage 8. That's a whole series. That's a whole thing to start to get into. Okay, let's see Valet Verda. I'm not trying to go forever too, because I'm picking my wife up around midnight, and then I want to nap before then, because I'd like to stay up with her for a bit, you know, because I haven't seen her in a while. Nightmind made a video about it. Okay. There are 2 parts, totaling for 45 minutes. You people, I swear, what always happens is I'm like, should I do this thing A or thing B? And you're like, oh, you gotta watch the Purple Limbo Scompity VHS series. It's the greatest thing that's ever been created. And then I search it up and it's 8 hours of like Teletubbies YouTube poop. And you're like, oh, it's so good. You have to try it. And then someone else is like, no, clearly he has to watch the Flurple Durple Archives or whatever. And it's like, it's like guys, please. Most of the words you're saying are not real. Alright, let me look at smile tapes. Have you tried it though? The complete thing's 48 minutes. Doing good, thank you, Darlick. Appreciate it. Okay. So I'll just watch the complete. Both of them are coming out to 45 minutes. So. Alright, I'll give you a third option. I'll give you a third option this time, okay? Because that's way too close. Valley Verda, Smile Tapes, and then the third option is Vintage 8. Vintage 8 are the guys who did the Tangy virus. So they also have like that thing y'all keep saying, the Oracle project, and they also have the there's another one y'all keep yelling about. I don't know, whatever. You figure it out amongst yourselves. I'm tired of you people. Alright, I'm gonna run the bathroom again. I'll be back. What's this vote at? Okay, Small Tapes is winning by a long shot. Anytime Winnigan sees the word Fed, he should just run an ad. You would never... The number of times I see Fed go by, you'd never see the stream. Okay, Children Under the House is included in that Vintage 8 thing. It's all the same series, I'm pretty sure. Have you considered a writing project? No, I have not. Nico. Stop trying to steal the election. Small Tape wins. Alright, the president ordered it. I can't argue with him. Alright, so Smile Tape wins. Can I just watch the complete... Do I have to go back and individually watch, like, Announcement Investigation, Volume 1, Far History, or can I just go to Smile Tapes Complete? Okay, Admiral Clinton, appreciate that. See, that's what I mean, the Purple Darple Archives. Complete. Got it. Alright, Smile Tapes, you people. Are you happy? There's no caption, so you did that to yourself. Comments are turned off. Who turns off their horror series? Whatever.
This message is broadcasted to raise awareness of a new drug in circulation. The Smile drug. We advise for you to stay away from any person suspected to be under its influence. For the past few months, we have received over 500 deaths related to the drug. The drug itself has not been scientifically investigated. Its most obvious effects are mania, uncontrollable laughter, violent tendencies, and the alleged smile in which the drug was named after. How do you ensure your safety outside? Avoid dark alleys since most reported deaths happened near or in a dark alley. If you hear suspicious laughter, run as fast as you can. Avoid eye contact with the person. Once the person notices you, it will begin pursuit. Do not interact. You will most likely be...
Actually was not mouth breathing, bucket dealer. Thank you. I was like running my tongue across my teeth. I'm getting a blanket back here. Be getting cozy in here. I'm cozy maxing. Oh, Hold on, I'm gonna recline this chair back. Y'all are about to be watching a sleep stream. Where's Oh no, that made me go down. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. It's the other one that. Yeah, that's nice. That's real nice. Oh yeah, I need me a hot chocolate. I have a pillow for this chair somewhere, but I'll get two. Have you ever played Cry of Fear? No, I've just seen the Pyro video on it. Can I ask you all something? This is real talk. While it's just me and 2,411 of my closest friends. While I'm all cozy, while I'm snug as a bug in a rug, so to speak, I have a question. So people will always be like what just happened. It'll be like, hey, are you familiar with Cry of Fear, right, or whatever? And they'll be like, oh, do you want to make a video on it, or whatever? Or they'll be like, Fear and Hunger is another popular one. People will be like, oh, do you like Fear and Hunger? Do you want to make a video on it? Or Petscop, super popular, right? And I know that most people know about those from other YouTubers, and that's fine. There's of course nothing wrong with that. But what is the appeal? Why ask me to cover something when there's already a super popular video on it? Because to me, an analysis just seems like reductive, right? Like, for example, Super Eye Patch Wolf makes a Fear and Hunger video, then Pyrocynical makes a Fear and Hunger video. If I make a Fear and Hunger video, it's not bringing any more attention to the game. I mean, maybe a little bit, but not more than like Pyro and Super Eye Patch Wolf couldn't do. Or like Petscop, right? Like, I'm not going to make Petscop more popular than it is. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. I see you all saying that you like me, and that's very sweet. That's very kind. But like, okay, I see you saying you want my take on it. Which, if my take was totally different, I'd get... Like, I'm making a Ted Kaczynski video right now. That's been done to death, but I feel like I have something unique to say about it. I get that. But what if I don't have a unique take on it? What if we value your perspective? That means a lot, JFK. Thank you, Mr. President. That's very kind, but, like, what if my opinion's the exact same? What if I made a Petscop video and my theory is the exact same as what Nexpo just said? That's the same reason that I haven't made a Walton Files video, because if I was to make a Walton Files video, I would say word for word what Nexpo said. His same theories, his same analysis, his same points. It would all be the same, right? So why make the video? I appreciate that, Luminex. Like, people want to hear me explain it to him, but like, Nexpo's already made it explain it to him, right? Or like Pyro. Like, for example, a bunch of people asked me to cover the myhouse.wad video. There's currently 2 excellent videos out about it, and I can, like, After what Pyro did, where he found the dude's house who made it, and like was able to piece together like the whole game was his trauma from a divorce and stuff. I'm not gonna beat that. I'm just gonna reiterate everything Pyro did. So like what is the benefit of me covering a series that's already been done if I bring nothing new to the table? I get if I bring something new, but if I bring nothing new. That's very sweet, Bo. I appreciate that. And I get if the series updates, that's different too. If the series updates, that's different. Okay, I'll check those super chats in a second. Okay, y'all are being very sweet, saying that like, oh well, it does that. Okay, let me say this: would that time I spend on a series that you've already seen covered not be better spent on a new series that hasn't been covered yet? Would it not be better, like, you enjoy my voice, you enjoy my takes, I appreciate that. That means a lot. I really do. It means a lot. But would that same time I spend covering it not be better spent on something you haven't seen yet? Because it like you like my voice, the way I explain things, you like my takes. I appreciate that. But it'd be cooler if I can bring a new series to you at the same time. That way you're getting an extra addition into just me talking. Well, I've always planned on making a new JFK video, but I'm not going to do it like in response to Lamino or anything. Lamino's video was good. Because otherwise I feel like I'm just trend chasing. If I'm just like, oh, well, so-and-so covered it, that means it's hot in the search bar right now, so I can get in on it, you know? The only reason I would have wanted to see you do something... Yeah, next post video, there's no need. In like a year, and if my take was different, then sure, Midnight Tinge, I would cover Pet Scott, but there's no need to right now. I don't know, Jedimo, if I'll do another music analysis just because it's a murder with copyright. I appreciate that, Nico. Thank you, Nanan, for calling me a nerd, but you gave me money as you did it, so... You know? Oh, there's more donos. You're much more entertaining 99% of the time. It's honestly more respectful of your percentage because you stray away from black and white takes. I appreciate that. If I have a new take, that's different. I'm saying if I'm just retreading the same ground. Like, what if I was to make a Walt Files video and I just copy word for word everything Nexpo said, basically? Because that's what I would do if I made a Walt's video. Now, if Volume 4 comes out, then I might, because there's new stuff, right? But, otherwise I'm just repeating what Nexpo did. Maybe the compromise would be formatting on shorter sample sizes of those stories, focusing on how it's told and not in the analysis. Yeah, just, I mean, like, if you say things differently, sure. Currently listen to your videos while at work. Have a good stream and keep up with the great content. Thank you, Scuff. First time catching a stream, very excited. I love your content. I appreciate that. Can't. Well, I mean, this for a first stream, this is probably a weird one to catch because I'm just talking to chat and I'm also so cozy. I'm so cozy. Oh, someone's birthday? Oh, Mental Hedgehogs. Happy birthday, man. Hope it's a fantastic birthday. Happy birthday. Alright, so anyway, on that note, now that I'm cozy, it's blankie time. Dog, what if I did blanket merch? No, that's lame. Now that I say that out loud, that's lame. Like, oh, you should wrap yourself in a thing that has my logo on it or whatever. That's weird. I take it back. But what if I got one for me? What if I got like a big bright purple one just for me? Like wrapped up in it. Yeah, that'd be fun. Be so cozy. It'd be so cozy. Now, even if you all would buy it, I appreciate it, but once I said that out loud, that felt weird. Like, here, wrap yourself in an image of me. You know? It's kind of cringe, a little sus too. But if I was to get one for myself to have on stream and stuff, that'd be cool. I guess that's what the hoodie's for. The hoodie's supposed to keep me warm, but this is so cozy. I'm so cozy right now. I'm so cozy. I'm just a cozy little guy. Just me and my cozy blanket against the world. So cozy. I'm just an eepy little guy. Just an eepy little cozy boy. Watches scary videos by himself. My wife has to come home right now. I am losing my mind and I'm starting to speak. I'm starting to treat you all like my wife. Like the way I speak to her when I'm tired or whatever. Or like just kind of like dulcet. I'm starting to... I'm live on the internet. I'm treated you all like my wife. She needs to come home right now. I'm about to lose it. Maybe I don't like you. Yeah, that's a fair assessment. We've been upgraded from children to wife. Ew. Gross. Wife Goon is on a plane right now. She's got a connection in Atlanta, I think, and then she's got to come here. That's true, Nezit. You know, guys, I'm being for real now. Like, this is real sad boy hours. It's been like a week since I've got my head rubbed. Since I've got like my hair scratched. Stuff. Since I've been comfy. I have to sit up. I'm getting... Alright. That was too much. Okay. It's 4 hours into a VOD. No one's gonna find it, but that was weird. Alright. It's basic training for the Navy. Yeah, be like that, Vox. Okay. Alright. Are we ready? Can we watch the scary stuff now? Are we ready to watch the smile tapes? That was enough of a break. Okay, right. Everyone always like clip that, clip it to everything I say. I've never seen a single clip. I've seen 2 and it's videos of me getting jump scared. No one ever clips it on Twitter, no one ever clips it on YouTube or whatever. And you know what? They should, because that's free advertisement, okay? They could, whatever I say, they could throw it up, and guess what? That points people back to the channel. Leave a link in the reply, right? But no one ever puts it anywhere because you're all cowards. It's, you know what? It's the same. Whenever I meet people in public, they will take a picture with me. They'll always take a picture, like, can I get a pic? And then I'm like, yo, tag me in that, and I'll share it. Because I think it's cool that I meet people. Do you know how many have tagged me in a picture when they meet me? That's how many. That's exactly how many. No one has ever taken a picture with me and tagged me. And to be honest, it makes me kind of sad. Because I want to be like, oh, met someone today. It was so fun. They were so cool. No. They get their picture. They're like, suckers, right? That's true, Little Miss Pick. That's very true. Okay, we're watching the scary series. Stop being a bottom? Okay. I'm a straight man. What are you talking about? Thank you for the $10, though, I guess. Iceberg bottom. Okay, guess what? Just for that. No, broke side Phil. That's a funny name though. It is true. Boone's a good area. Oh yeah, yeah. For those who have premium or ad block, I hit the when someone said bottom iceberg, I hit the mid roll button. Everything you say. Hit play, bottom boy. Okay. Is that the play you wanted? Is that the play I was supposed to hit? Thanks, Mr. Generic Name. Appreciate it. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that not the play I was supposed to hit? My bad. I'm sorry. Everyone who's back now, I can send you all to the Shadow Realm for 5 seconds at a time. I can press the button. And watch this. All of us premium users, all of us dignified people, watch. They're gone for 5 seconds. They're gone. We have 5 seconds of peace and quiet, and then they'll all come back at once, like LOL, haha, funny, funny. It's just us right now. Watch, you'll see them come back. The chat will get faster. See, there they go. There they go. Look, there they are. They're back. They're back now. See, it's that easy. It's that I can send them to purgatory for moments at a time. Huh? It's so fun. It's great. Oh, that's awesome. I could send the poor people away in intervals. I could make this a bourgeoisie system. Ad block L, no money, bottom boy. I can't do anything. I could ban you from chat if I got really mad, but I won't do that. I can send anyone I don't like. This is 1984. What you sipping? A Red Bull. Anytime someone says something, I could just like. Everyone goes to purgatory for a little bit. How's that sound? Yeah, Wendigoon Classes era began whenever people started whenever that guy called me a bottom. Me, a straight man. Spam ad button infinite money glitch. Is that an infinite money glitch? If I just kept hitting that, would YouTube tell me to quit eventually, or would it stop working? Sorry we gotta deal with it, bro. We love you. Thank you, Bucket Dealer. I appreciate it. Alright, are we ready? Are we ready to get into this? I don't even remember what made me pause in the first place. Could you say in your intro voice? Hello and welcome everyone. In today's video, we will be breaking in to your house. There. No, I'm not gonna sit here and spam mid-rolls the whole time. It loses its power then. Banning me counts as a hate crime. Dang it. Learn with that option. Yeah, democracy is only interesting when it serves me. By some people. That's right, I wanted to ask you all about series other people's covered, and then I started talking about how sleepy I am and I miss my wife. And then it became things about me being a bottom. So let's just go back to the show. I do miss my wife, and now I'm sad again. Okay. If I lay back and get sleepy, I'll get goofy, and we can't have that, so... I have to sit up, but I will be cozy. You know, I was like, ooh, thank you, Bo, appreciate that. I was like, who would bought some land? Hold on. I was, I don't even remember what I was going to say. That completely took me out of it, whatever I was about to say. I literally forgot everything. Okay, whatever. Well, Wendy, oh, some land around Newport, and I'm moving from Florida. What rules should I follow so I don't end up as a video on the main channel? Woods are your friends. Just be respectful of them. Be respectful of nature, people around you. Something you'll find in the South is that people are overly friendly, and if you're not at least reciprocating of that, they'll think of you as like not. So when you walk by someone, they'll wave, probably say, "How you doing? How's your day?" You don't have to have a whole conversation. Just smile. Just smile at people. Otherwise, you'll seem like an outsider. In a bad way. I mean, it's fine to be like from Florida. It's just not fine to be like the Debbie Downer in the group. Oh, hold on. My sister's calling me really quick. Hello, you're on speaker and I'm live streaming right now.
Oh, hey.
Hi.
Wait, oh, sorry. Then I won't have.
Oh, you're good. What's up? Do I need to mute it?
The class systems
What?
at school. Do
What?
you remember?
What school? What was this? High school or college?
No, college. Like, we went to this dinner to, like, it was supposed to be a leadership dinner, but, like, at the door they made you draw if you were poor class, middle class, or older class, or whatever. Well, and then, like, you had to eat the dinner of that thing, and we didn't know coming in. We just thought we were getting food.
I don't think I was there for this.
You weren't there? Nobody remembers this.
This sounds like a core memory if it would happen.
It really is. Like, so, like, the people at the lower class had to eat, like, crackers and water, and they were at, like, a fold-up table.
Hold on. Okay,
like,
so for the chat, because you're on live stream right now to 3,000 people. So what she said that in college we went to a dinner where you drew a card at the door that told you what class you were allowed to be in, and okay, continue.
But, like, they just told us, like, going into it, it was a leadership dinner, like, we got invited to it. And then once we got there, they're just like, if you were in the lower class, you had to sit at these fold-up tables, eat the crackers. The middle class, that's what I got. I was in the, like, this table with, like, some cloth, like, napkins and stuff. And we ate, like, bread and mashed potatoes, normal food from the cafeteria or whatever. And then the class got, like, bougie steak and stuff. And, like, and it was, like, in the school gym or whatever, college. And it was, like, they were eating, like, bougie stuff, and they told us, like, oh, the lower class can only have water. And then they went, guys, this is what you don't get to decide what class you're in. You're given the hand you're dealt. I was like, what the heck?
I swear I wasn't there. This would have been a core memory. I would not have forgotten
no one
this.
remembers, and I was like, I know who will know. Isaiah, like, he will remember, like, details if he was there, but you weren't there.
Was it a class that went? Like,
no, it was like we were just invited, like, people who had good grades or something, like.
People who had good grades got to go to the classism dinner?
Oh my God. Yeah. See, I'm not 100% sure, like, the reason I was invited, but I know I kind of, like, dressed up, and I know I was, like, I had no idea that was going to happen until I got there. So.
That's so funny that it's like, oh, we're going to a college dinner. It's like, sorry, you get water.
Yeah. And I was trying to explain, like, to Olivia's friends that are over about it. Like, I was trying to explain this, and no one, they're all younger, so they didn't know about it. And I was like, I don't know who knows about this, but.
And then after it was over, they were like, this is real. This has been a social experiment. This has been a YouTube prank.
Yeah, well, yeah. And then I was like, well, now I'm going to go eat something.
Yeah,
like,
did at the end were they at least like, okay, you can all have food now that you get the point?
They were, well, some people started, like, complaining, and they were like, guys, they were like, that's not what this is about. They're like, this is serious.
They started a proletariat revolution.
And, like, oh my gosh, I just remembered someone who went, one of my friends. Okay, I'm going to call her and ask it later.
Okay.
But I was like, oh my gosh. Yeah. Okay, but.
My chat enjoyed that story. Thank you for that.
I'm glad they did. Glad to entertain.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, well, I will see you.
See you later. Love you.
Bye, love you.
Bye. That's funny. All right. Anyway, Red probably was there with his floppy disk machine. Why don't you have a southern accent like her? I do have a southern accent, but I also have a speech. When I was a kid, I had a speech impediment. I still technically have one. You'll hear it every now and then, but I have to focus up when I'm speaking. I mean, now it's like second nature, but for a long time I had to like focus on words, like how to pronounce them and stuff like that. So just because I had to be so deliberate with how I said stuff, by talking over the impediment, I accidentally kind of kicked the accent, but I've still got one. And if you meet me in person and I'm not using a speaking voice and I'm like talking colloquially, it will come out. What'd you have trouble saying? I had trouble with like R's and L's. It was like it was like, I remember I would say words like reverend, I'd be like reverend. Like it was hard for me to pronounce. It was hard for me to pronounce things around like R's or like stuff like that. It just kind of sounded like I was slurring my words in general. Like instead of saying literally, I'd be like lurly or something like that. And I got bullied for it a ton in like middle school and high school. So I didn't take classes or anything, but I just like I was just like, all right, I'm going to clutch up. I know how the word's supposed to be pronounced. I'm going to do it correctly. And eventually it got to be second nature. But in the process, I kind of like lost a bit of the accent, but I've still got it, especially if I get talking. Can you roll your R's? Not well. Don't fall asleep on us. I'm not familiar with that series, no originality, and my Brazilian accent makes me insecure. Never be insecure about an accent. Accents are so flavorful. People who have boring voices say that accents are bad because they want people to feel bad to make them feel included. Accents are very cool. As long as your accent doesn't make you hard to understand, which 9 times out of 10, even people who think it's a problem don't. Don't worry about it. Accents are cool. I mean, you say something about your culture and your heritage just by the flavor of the words you speak. It's a very cool thing. Never feel bad about it. Have you ever been to Alaska? I have not. And if someone develops a prejudice about you based on that, that's on them. That's not you. They're uncultured, not you. Water's back on the menu, boys. Oh, very cool, Homestar. Thank you. Thank you, Bucket Dealer. Red was probably there. It's my mother's birthday. My brother's birthday. Happy birthday, Bentley. Happy 11th birthday. I hope it's a fantastic time. Thank you so much for being a fan and supporting the channel. It means the world. And happy birthday, man. I hope you have an awesome 11th birthday. It's very cool. You ever checked out Old Gods of Appalachia? Yes. Very familiar with them. Big fan. If you think that sister's accent was bad, you should hear my other sister's accent. Oh my word. Anyway. So yeah. All right, we ready for this? I know I've like stalled. I've been yapping, but that's what I do. Got an English mother, a Northern Irish father, grew up with a so accent. That probably sounds unique, I'm sure. All right, cozy mode reactivated. I did that too. I would say like instead of saying names like Rose, it'd be like Woes. Texas Tunic. I did that thing a lot.
Or if I had like a, I had a friend named Remington, I'd say like Wimington or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty bad. This could be scary, I don't know. I'm so cozy that it doesn't bother me. That's how cozy I am. So their face is effectively decaying. Have y'all ever heard what it sounds like when someone tries to speak with ripped vocal cords? Horrifying noise. Oh. The eyes are pretty freaky. This will be lovely, I'm sure. Fungus found in brain. And the amygdala. So this is very cordyceps-esque. You know, fungus that's like a zombie plague. And it even spreads it the way cordyceps do. Look at that. Is that one of the morticians? Oh, flower. It's literally cordyceps. Okay. Hello, Danny. Yeah, the dog's afraid of you. You're full of fungus. There's a fungus among us. Oh, it's him. It's him. Do y'all remember that guy? That was a big deal. That was a big deal on the internet back in the day. Yo, dog, where my dog at? Ollie. I don't like that.
Y'all don't know the memes? Alright, this some internet lore for you all. This was, I remember like when I was in like middle school, this was a huge thing. It was this guy's picture. And it's, have you seen this man? And pictures of this guy would get printed out and put up somewhere. And the idea was that for some reason, despite no one actually seeing this man in person, that's funny, Zuckerberg, people would dream his face. He would show up in people's dreams. So he became like this kind of haunting figure that was described as an almost supernatural entity. And he just show up in people's dreams all the time, unexplained. Wendy, please draw me a tattoo. No, I cannot draw at all. I would never do that to you. That's so sad. He does not have kind eyes. I'm tired of you all. I'm tired of the gaslighting. Oh, glad that helps, Quets. Thank you. Man, I've had the worst recurring nightmares. Not recently, just in general. Am I supposed to be reading these? I'm sorry. It's been 4 days since the migraines and twitches began. I am in agony. I will go to the doctor. I will go to the doctor. They told me it was just stress and electrolyte imbalance. Yes. Yeah, sure, Rob Dimmick. I'm sure I could help. Just take pain meds and relax and stay hydrated. Wait, there were... Everyone's like, go back. There were numbers. Go back. Why don't you go back and tell me about numbers, okay? Okay, I've been having the same dream. Alright, I'm gonna frame buffer. Alright. Is this like a game of Battleship? He has the silly. Shut up, I do not. Everyone's like, oh, input the numbers, input the numbers. What if I want you to input the numbers? Have you ever thought about that? Oh, well, let's sit here for 40 minutes and watch him play the piano because he doesn't know what he's doing. It's a hexadecimal system. It's an MD5 hash. Oh. Okay, hold on. Well, let me input it just to see. S M. Oh, it's going to spell out smile. Well, now I can't see what it is because I covered up the screen. 494C4. Yeah, okay, so it was about to spell out smile for sure. Whoever said it's an MD5, go ahead and ban them. They can be sent to the stake along with Jake for their crimes against us in the crown. So, go ahead, kill them. Thank you, Ray.
my most trusted advisor. The king wills it, off with their heads. We don't talk about Jake because he's a heretic and he burned as the others should, along with the rest. And also, while I'm speaking of heretics, we're going to pull up Twitter right now. And I'm going to see if any of this free advertisement has happened that you all have been speaking so much about. Any of this, clip it, clip that. Okay, air conditioner on Twitter did in fact clip something. Let's take a look here. Air conditioner on Twitter. No one ever clips it on Twitter. No one ever clips it on YouTube or whatever. And you know what? They should, because that's free advertisement. Okay, they could, whatever I say, they could throw it up, and guess what? That points people back to the music to it. Link in the reply, right? But no one ever puts it anywhere because you're all cowards. Okay, you know what? Air conditioners. Lovely work. The crown approves. You have earned yourself both a repost and a like. Lovely job, sir. The crown approves. What else we got? This is, you know what? No repost there, but a like. Close. Let's see. You know what? Once again here, this is good. Nikki is tired. Very good. Good strategy. I'm going to need all the blankets. Come yell at the kids. It's lovely. It's lovely. Thank you. No repost again. So cozy. I'm just a cozy little guy by himself. Alright, that one is slightly, now that I'm slightly sobered up from the tiredness I had, viewing this now is a bit embarrassing. So we shall give it a like, but no repost. That, however, does not diminish your efforts, Jimmy. And again, the crown appreciates it. So, once again, click. I know you're streaming and I expect a reaction. I have seen this meme before, and this is not what I asked Landon, so you will be executed, but before then, I will honor your final wishes. Next po, Howling Wind Atmospheric starts playing, whirring VHS sound effect. Today, we're going to talk about the mystery case, pause to breathe, VHS, of the Worcestershire Diddler. Black and white filter over picture of him. Stock footage of people on the street. His maniac wake left dozens of people diddled. Random red and black footage shows on screen while he talks. When again. Hey, what's up, guys? Today we're going to talk about the Worcestershire Diddler. What a curious fellow. If you were to look here on my board, you can see a timeline of the dozens of people that he diddled. So, you will be executed at once, but there was your reaction. Fedagoon? Someone just called me a Fed? Okay, alright, fine. That was your last warning. I didn't... Did I reset the page by unblocking him? I shouldn't have unblocked him. This is better. This is the kind of stuff we need. Thank you. Let's see what else is in the files, so to speak. Okay. Wait, what was that back there? Okay. All right. Oh, that guy also? The same one who said Fedagoon said no wife challenge? No, I won't. Okay. I don't think this person's in the stream right now, but can someone explain to me what on God's earth this means? Because I just said in the thing they're replying to that I am a cow. And then they reply with this. Thank you, Nuka Tom. I appreciate it. That means a lot. Thank you. Okay, ignoring that.
it looks like, from what I'm seeing, that's the only clips that have happened forthwith. It's a quote tweet to my own tweet that doesn't count. This one's good. Okay. I was not talking about Jesus. All right, I will go through these later, but effectively, because if you, sure, all right. So Ray, if they're not on this list, of the people I liked or retweeted, then go ahead and time them out. Actually, you know what? Just for that, since there wasn't enough of you, boom. So all the poor people are gone now while they're forced to watch an ad for these 5 seconds. So between us premium users, who I'm sure are the ones clipping all of this, thank you, appreciate it. All right, now that that's done with. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you people telling me no? Are you people telling me no, that I'm not allowed to do that to you? Well, guess what I have to say to that? Boom. How's that? How's that? Another one. Watch. The chat's going to freeze for a second because they're all in purgatory. They're all over there. They're all stuck for a minute. Then they'll come back even more upset. Have you been burnt of analog horror? No, I'm just being goofy. Is that better? Are you going to act right? Tell me I can't do it. Tell me I can't do it again. Go ahead. See what happens. That's what I thought. Okay? That's what I thought. Mystery nerd. Mystery nerd. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? I bet I could spam it. I bet I could just like bum, 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 bum. Here. There's 2 back to back. It feels good to be the king. I think it worked. I do think that one did work. I think that got a bunch of people. There you go. All right. There. Now that we're all on the same page and we understand who's on top, and Ray is going through, as I've trusted him to, and banning everyone who did not, aside from the 5 people who posted clips, banning every single other person. The 5 of us, 7 including me and Ray, can now get back to the video. I dare you to do it again. Okay, this has become a weird kink thing for you all. No, I don't like that. There were a few people like, do it again. And that person just then like, I dare you to do it again. This has become a weird degradation thing, and I am stepping out of it. I'm not supporting it. No, I quit. This has become a weird, I don't like the vibes at all. No, Ray, I mean ban every person in chat who didn't tweet at me. That's what I'm saying. Sent to add hell. Yeah, I know, Floss. I'll ban you too. For proclaiming it. Thanks, Ray, appreciate it. Your not check will be in the mail shortly. Alright. Okay. Now that we're all done, no, if you call me daddy, I saw that. If someone calls me daddy, I want them dead. Look, the screen's now blurry. Come back. I'm right here. Answer me, camera. Camera! Clutch this up. Thank you. Okay. Now that that's done, we're going to go back to the series. This started because you wanted me to type in those numbers. Okay, this is your fault. Your fault. So next time you ask about typing up numbers, make sure you have a tweet up first. Is showing ads as a way of being mean is secretly a way of saying you like us? No, you need to reevaluate what you think attraction is and seek help immediately. Ray looks like 80% of the chat's gotta go. It's just, I don't make the rules. Actually, I do make the rules, and that's them. The proletariat are getting angry. What are they gonna do? Rise up? Not drink just water? Well, while you enjoy your water, I have my piping cold Red Bull. Sorry you had to deal with this. Yeah, I am too. I am too. Bucket dealer. Bottom Burger Boy. For those premium users who don't know what just happened, I just hit them with another ad for that. That one was unacceptable. Can't ban me. I have 17 alternate accounts. Daddy Goon. I should do another one just for. I should ban Beanie just for that. Wait, did some? What is a Tsundir? Bo said Windy Dad. Wait, if it's Japanese, then it'd be Sunder, right? Oh, is it another word? How do ads become a kink? I don't know, Feifei, but here we are. Here we are. I'll DM you this one. Just don't look it up. No, I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. I want to know what you just called me. I want to know what you all just called me. Tsundere, pronounced Tsundere, is a Japanese term for a character development process that depicts a character with an initially harsh personality who gradually reveals a warmer, friendlier side over time. That's fine, right? What's wrong with that? Just says someone who goes from... They go from harsh to warm. Right? Everyone's like, no. Well, what? Okay, I'm going to click on the link. Terminology. Someone who is combative but kind on the inside. Okay. It's... I literally have no idea. Ray, DM me. DM me your definition. And don't hold back. Hold up. Let me try Urban Dictionary. Am I pronouncing that right? Tsundere? Tsundere? Tsundere is a Japanese term for a character development process that describes a person who's initially cold before gradually showing a warmer, friendlier side over time. The word is now part of the otaku mo phenomenon, reaching into other media such as maid cafes? What is a maid cafe? Is that what it's described as? It's literally just like a maid cafe. A cafe of maids. That's a genre. That's a media. What do you people do all day? Tsundere. It's pronounced Tsundere. Literally just that? Wait. Hold up, is that what you didn't want me to find? The maid cat? What's maid cafe? Maid cafes. Maid cafes are a subcategory of cosplay restaurants. Wait, is this what you didn't want me? A cosplay... Maid cafes are a subcategory of cosplay restaurants found predominantly in Taiwan and Japan. Is this it? Is this what you were afraid of? Okay, this is infected. All right, I'm gonna keep reading. In these cafes, waitresses dressed in maid costumes act as servants and treat customers as masters, as if they were in a private home, rather than as cafe patrons. The first permanent maid cafe. The increased competition. They have also expanded overseas, so it has been said that only women are allowed to kiss them. What? Wait. Hold on. You all knew about this? Like, this isn't just like a one weird person in chat's like, oh, there's this thing that's strange. It's like, this was the moment I said the word tsundere, you're like, everyone collectively recoiled. This is like common knowledge between you people. Who am I talking to? Okay, hold on. Ray messaged me. Alright, tsundere is like, I like you, so I'm going to bully you type behavior from people. I don't know where the character development thing comes from. That's all fine. Guys like girls who are mean to them. Yeah. I get that. But it's specifically this that's got my attention. Hold up. This has to be like, there's only like 2 of them. You guys have never been to Japan. How do you know about this? Most of you haven't, at least. What does this have to do? Why would the maids be mean to people? Because the whole tsundere whatever thing that from what I've read, unless there's some second meaning to it, is that it's like mean flirting or whatever. So what does that have to do with the maid? Wait. The whole thing is that there is a subset of like maids that are in service to customers but also mean to them? Is that what you're saying? It's a kink. Okay. So you're saying the whole thing is that people want to go and be called master but have the servant be mean to them. And in the midst of this whole kink weird thing that you're all in collusion on, apparently, in the midst of that, when I started to play ads, someone's mind immediately went to me as being one of these mean Japanese cat girl maids. For those of us with premium who don't know what's happening, I'm spamming the mid-roll button. I've hit it 6 times now. 7. 8. 9. 10. And one more for good measure. Okay. Okay. So that's 11 ads they had to sit through, I think. I'm going to burn my search history after that. All right. So now that that's been dealt with, okay? Now that that's over. People, specific types of women. Interesting. I'm now that we're all on the same page. Basically, chat is saying that when you're mean to us, it's like you're saying, I hate you, chat. I don't like you at all. But really, you love chat. Okay, I just hit him with another mid-roll. Wendy, I just pissed off this really good friend of mine and she blocked me, so I'm sad. Take my photos, buy your wife some cheap flowers for a return. Thank you, David. I'll do that. By the way, Peace Plan unravels Pavane for Dead Princess. Interesting. You should do a video about Yandere Dev. I don't want to look at anything remotely Japanese after what you guys have put me through the past couple days. I'm not even going to watch like Attack on Titan anymore. It's too close. Hey, Wendy, love your videos. Hoping to get your uni next year. Stay veterinary. Oh, that's awesome. I hope that goes well for you, Newt. Your poor wife if she ever walks in on your stream. Yeah, that poor girl. Hey Isaiah, what's your opinion on the NKJV? I don't like anything that's not KJV. I was going to say something. For those premium users, whenever I just click on the mouse and don't say anything else, assume I'm trying to send people to the Shadow Realm. Thank you, Dylan. That's good to know. Mod, please send Gabriel to the Shadow Realm. I'm trying. Okay. This woman's dog just died. People, show some respect, okay? This is me with you guys, suffering mental and physical anguish. Also, to everyone who's like, oh well, it's just, oh, you're mean to us, and we know that you're joking or whatever. I don't know how to tell you this, and I see what the issue is now after just the past couple days of seeing what you expose yourself to on the internet. Not everything is a kink. Not everything is a cute flirt. Sometimes I'm just gonna be mean. All right, there's no secondary layers. There's no multifaceted flirting going on. There's no eventual, oh, what's this step bro ending? No, I'm just mean. And that's what it is. That's how it goes. Okay, good. Glad we're on the same page. Just to make chat and Wendy's day worse, Christian returned to YouTube, and I believe there. Yeah, I saw the clips of that. Just to add to it. I feel full of energy. I felt the man's aura. He changed me for the better. I am
everyone happy.
Now that is the Faith voice. That is a Faith voice. Wait, I missed that. I gotta get out of the cozy. I gotta get my hands up. You told me something. A quest to fulfill a brand new life in a better place. A gun with one bullet. But I have the power to fix this. I hope I make you happy. Happy, yay. Send them to the Shadow Realm. Yes, yes, sir. She made everyone happy. I have to run to the restroom real quick, but I'll leave you all with this while I do it. We getting out of the iceberg with this one. Some of these people are total degenerates. I know. I know. I look over at chat and I see some things said about me. I see some just like I am a grown man, and the things you say are on the internet. But neither of those rules are acknowledged. So the Joker gas exists. Yeah, basically.
Welcome to Far History, where we explore Earth's huge past. Today, we ask the question, where did life originate? Well, there are a bunch of theories surrounding this, so let's get right into them. Our first theory is abiogenesis, life from no life. It proposes that organic beings originated from non-living matter in hydrothermal vents. This creates a chemical soup that may have caused a reaction, creating the simplest forms of life. In the last episode, I told you that the Earth was literally hell. So how could life survive in such conditions? Well, Earth only stayed hell until oceans appeared around 200 million years since the Earth's formation. Water is the most important ingredient to life. Without it, life would have never flourished. It also helped cool the Earth down to a relatively comfortable 212
Taking back
Fahrenheit.
what I said,
That's
I'm going back
now
into
this theory
goofy
is a
cozy
bit more
mode.
far off, but it's the most interesting. It suggests that life came from
Bro,
another
my dog
world
hates
and
me. He's,
exists
like, hiding
throughout
out
the
somewhere.
universe. When asteroids or other space dust hit a fertile planet, some of its debris gets ejected back into space, possibly containing life forms. Around 4.1 to 3.8 billion years ago, the Earth experienced a
Are you
late heavy
serious? Did the Hypnagogic Archive show up during the fried chicken part? Oh no. A Hypnagogic Archive, if you're still here, I'll be honest, I haven't not caught up with the series enough to ask you a legitimate or respectable question, but would you be down for an interview to some degree at some point in the future? That would be my question. Because I haven't researched the archive enough to ask good ones yet. Or the updated archive. Oh, that's so funny. Man, he walks in as it's a frying chicken meme, man.
bombardment, possibly indicating that life may have arrived from those asteroids.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny, if they don't respond, that's also funny, because then I have to say in the main channel video that he wouldn't do an interview because I was frying chicken on live stream. And then I gotta explain what that means, why I had that pulled up, and it's a whole thing. ETA, I'll do vids, end of next week, I'd say. This month. He walked in for the maid cafe bit and the fried chicken bit. Man, he thinks I'm trolling him. He thinks I called it Hypnagogic Archive as like a joke. That's so funny.
Two, 18, 26, 15, 19,
Someone knows.
26,
Ramsey.
9, 20, 15,
Do I have to put this into a code thing? I'm so cozy.
25,
Can you guys do it for me?
8, 19, 2,
There's no captions. I have to listen for it. Things I do for you people. Okay. Get my stupid little fingers out. Type stupid little code. I have not, Feifei. 18. 13. 19. 26. 9. 11. 15. 18. 8. 25. 8. 19. 2. 4. Oh, hey, Ryan. Ryan, you knew about the maid stuff, too? Not Waffle House, bro. What did you say? 4? Was 4 the first one? 26. 15. 19. 26. 9. 20. 15. 18. 8. 25. 8. 19. 2. Okay. I feel like it's a numeric code because it went up to 26, and 26 letters in the alphabet at all. Fourth letter of the alphabet's D. I'm not gonna pull up a picture of the alphabet. Like I'm 12. Or 12 months. Like I'm 12 months. Okay, 1, 2. 18's R. DR. Yeah, DRZ makes no sense. Thank you. Thank you all for saying bless you. Femboy Hooters. Okay, just for that. Alright. Now that the rich of us are here, does this code look like anything to you? This series? Whatever, bro. Who cares? I mean, I care. That's mean to the series. I do care. I meant this to be a short stream, and it's 5 hours now. Your search history is being destroyed. Mine is currently tsundere and cat maids or maid cafes, whatever it was. Yeah, the reason you got an ad when I said just for that is because I hit the ad button. 19. 10. Never mind. I was about to ask a question, but I'm not gonna like the answer. 2. 18. 26. 15. 19. 17. 20. 18. 2. 5. 22. 2. 6. 22. 15. When I click put user in a timeout, how long does it put them in the timeout for? $300. Okay, thanks, Ray. Appreciate it. That's a good tool. That's what I was trying to do, Judas, but it doesn't make sense. It's all gibberish. Oh, no, you do not need to do that, my man. That is far too kind of you. I do not need that much money, but that's incredibly kind of you. I'm glad that you think I'm cool. Hey, I think you're cool. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. That means the world. Thank you. Thank you. My God, thank you.
5, 8, 8, 21.
Yeah, 300 is crazy. Thank you, for real. It's the world. Far too nice.
Seventy, 24, 26, 16, 2, 90, 8, 8, 10, 10, 8, 9.
I want to go in timeout. Why? Is this back to your weird stuff?
16, 26, 21, 8, 2, 6, 8, 16, 6.
Oh, the comments are out. I was going to scroll down the comments and see what they had to say, but no.
26, 17, 17, 12.
Neither have I, apparently. Got a whole chat. Got 2,500 people. I saw that. Got 2,500 people, and none of them good for anything. Oh, it's him. It's that guy, but he's smiling. Don't like that. Momos, who needs a timeout? Oh. Okay, never mind. Sorry, everyone. Wait, have you been giving timeouts? Okay, gotcha. You're just saying theoretically. Yeah. Gotcha. Hi, Faye. Thank you very much. Very kind. Oh, that's loud. I saw that. Oh, that looks nice. Spore puffs. Oh, good night, Hypnagogic. Thanks for stopping in. Sorry, it is what it is. It was normal a few hours ago, I promise. Oh, well.
My fellow Americans, for the past few months, our citizens have been under attack by a new and deadly force, a fungus that affects the minds of our citizens and causes them to kill other people. Our scientists and police forces have been making efforts to contain and treat the infected, but it's only had a minimal effect. I have also declared an emergency in
Shit, is this real?
So I now advise every citizen to stay inside. If we don't act now, this may escalate into a countrywide epidemic. We may possibly deal with hundreds of thousands of deaths. I wouldn't want that on my citizens. I hope we are able to get through this. Thank you.
This is in fact a canon event, inshallah. I saw a text there. I saw that. Come back. You can't hide from me. Okay, maybe you can if you're really dark. Where do their souls go? Well, that's innocent. Back to cozy mode.
The following message is transmitted at the request of the San Diego County Emergency Management. San Diego and Tijuana are under attack by the infected. An estimated 8,000 people have been infected and are currently causing havoc in the streets. Shelter in place immediately or risk your life. Lock and barricade your doors and windows.
That was loud.
Prepare to isolate and manage your resources.
Read, bruh. They are stronger than
Prepare
you
to
think.
isolate and manage your resources.
I had a crush on JFK when I was 12, and I have good news for you.
Be vigilant and wear protective equipment to avoid breathing in the spores. the President has ordered the National Guard to San Diego.
Chat looks. Someone said chat's mentally ill. This is fine right now, I think. Yeah, all the time, Danny. Isn't this so beautiful? It's interesting how he's responsible for it. Their cries fill me with such joy. How can we be together in a happier place? It followed me home, Caesar. I have a gift for you, you. I have a present. I have a surprise. Let me in, Mark. This is me at the start of a live stream, and then it's each hour. Each picture is a different hour into the live stream. That bottom one's how I'm feeling right now. Yeah, me minutes after not having a goth girlfriend, for real. For real. He just liked me for real. I have seen Mandela magazine. It touched me right here. Touched me right here in the soul. Seizing out the spores? That sounds terrible. Fellas, there's your goth girl. There's your goth girl right there. Go for it. I bet she would smoke cigarettes with you. I guarantee it. He's just a bit quirky looking. He's just a little silly guy. He's just a little silly goofy guy. He's just a little goofer silly guy. I saw more text. Hold on. Criminal. Okay. What was I gonna do? Heightened senses, bloodthirsty, inhuman strength and stamina, bulletproof exterior. Well, that's just unfair. Kind of OP. No, there were words there. Stop loading. There we go. Ew. Guys. Alright, fine. Since this one's there on screen, can someone do this for me? Okay, fine. I'll do it. I'm the streamer. I'm the one who makes the money. Let me... My dog does not care about me at all. He should have been in here so long ago. I've been making baby noises. I've been screaming. I've been crying. Ollie. He refuses to come up the staircase. Okay. Rip headphones users. Yeah, well, I don't care about them anyway. You know how I feel about headphone users? That. I took a nap. Where are we watching now? Sesame Street. Oh, that's 75. Okay. Yeah, Ollie's the one I signed up for biscuits every morning. And yeah, he did get a bit fatter. But he was so sad because he missed us. Alright. A soulless mooster. I'm gonna guess that this was 6E. There you go, yeah, a soulless monster. There you go, there you go. After I gave him biscuits, he's not come to protect me. He hates me. That's your boys. Thank you for making content. Take a screenshot, turn the brightness up. I already got it. I got it. What are you talking about? Look, there it is. There were other ones I saw, but I did my part. The cold.
I'm in a hotel in Kibilu to hike roughly 25 miles south from here. I'll be hiking through the Alturas Dourados Trail around 3 p.m. Hopefully, I'll be back before nightfall because temperatures can plunge down to 32 over there,
Wait,
especially in January.
Pripyat?
Which one?
Did he say Pripyat? But all the stuff's in English.
I made it stop. I didn't see my way on the top since I didn't want to waste my day on long and plain walks.
Time this guy out.
It's quite a good view up here.
Suco blip. Cheeky breaky. Pochki.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's not good.
Hello? Hello?
John F. Kennedy, I really do. This is just a hollow shell of my wife's love.
Hello!
This reminds me of a Wilderness Survival Guide from Gemini Home Entertainment. Remember? Help me! Someone! Help me! Ah! Help me!
What's going on there?
Mantis planning something devious. Gemini series is really cool. Not only, like when I covered it, which was like one of my first videos on the channel. No, it wasn't. Local 58 was. Gemini was later.
Anyone here?
But like a lot's changed since I covered it. It's really good. Where'd you get your blanket? I don't know. It's my wife's blanket. It has this really cool thing. Check this out. It has this big pouch, this big like pooch underneath it. On the inside, so it like has an inside, and what's for is so when you're using it, you can put your feet inside of it, make it into like a little makeshift like sleeping bag. And I'm using it for my arms right now. It's real cozy. It's got a little pooch. Got a little pooch. Hi. Hello? Hi. I know that you kids got that reference. I know you children got that reference. That's what happens when you kiss before marriage, guys. Remember. Hi. What's that character's name who does that? Hello? Hi. Hi. That's it. Yeah, Ray. It's the FNAF character, but what's its name? It's a little one that no one liked. Balloon Boy. That's it. Yeah. Thank you. Hello. Hi, little stupid guy. Beating to death. Yo, that's like crazy, bro. It's an alien spore.
There are many theories about their extinction. One is that the dinosaurs' destiny was written in the sky. A cosmic shower of asteroids or a large meteor struck the Earth with an astounding impact.
It killed the dinosaurs, so it's gonna kill us. How will this affect the Fortnite item shop? That's a real question.
Not all life on Earth was extinguished with the dinosaurs. The smaller animals emerged to fill the evolutionary niche left vacant by the demise of the dinosaurs.
Dinosaur, no! How will this affect the trout population? Please call it Among Us, please. Okay, that's close. It's gotta mean something. Abuelomendo or whatever. That made me remember Cormac McCarthy. Now I'm sad. I'm running out of food. I'm Dad. Every day gets brighter. Mandela reference. Raymond, you should kill him. You should kill Tristan. Tell him I said that. And Toronto, of course. Uncle, don't leave me here. Wear his skin. That's a good idea. Fun pranks to totally own your friends with. Wear their skin. Yeah, so people get affected, then they become unwilling vectors for it. Gosh, I can't stream Sleepy. Way too goofy. Yeah, we got 10 minutes left. I got a clutch shot. I gotta get through this without embarrassing myself. I'll do it. Or not. That's not fun.
Good afternoon, Miss Campbell. I'm here just to ask you a few questions. I know this whole situation right now is a lot for you to handle. Being locked away in a room, far from your loved ones, and subject to rigorous tests that have probably pushed you past the point of exhaustion. But the reason for this is that you might be able to help us end this whole epidemic. It has been 3 weeks since you were diagnosed with the fungus. How are you feeling right now?
I'm fine. Facial pain's been gone for 2 days. Though my cough's gotten worse.
You've completely lost your urge to smile, right?
Yeah.
Huh. That's interesting. You're the first person to have this variant of the disease that we are aware of. Every case prior to yours has ended in a violent death. You seem to have recovered from it. You see, our early understanding of your case is that as a late bloomer, Its course runs slower, but eventually it will kill the host. I think we should investigate if your recovery is the result of a weaker, non-lethal variant, or if it's because of your immune system. If, and only if, it is entirely your immune system responsible for your phenomenal recovery, we can extract your antibodies, create vaccinations, and for immunity, and possibly make a cure.
Well, I hope that's the case.
Now, let's talk about the incident. Is there any reason why you were not following standard safety protocols in the morgue? Miss Campbell?
Yeah, so she's...
I wasn't in my right mind at the time.
He's investigated her because it's like, oh, you're immune, but I don't think she's immune.
Can you elaborate?
I was in grief. I still am. I couldn't cope with it at the time. I couldn't focus. I could have not shown up for work today. But I had a son to raise. And without its father, it's so much harder to do. Now I'm here, stuck in the laboratory.
I'm really sorry for your loss and your stay here. We can send your son here to talk to you. I know it's been agonizing spending your time in here away from him.
Please do.
Alrighty then, I will be in touch soon. You need your rest. You'll be further researched in the coming days. Just hold on tight.
Too late,
We
Zephyr.
might
It's
see an
happening.
ending to this ordeal.
The crimes will be judged.
The research laboratory was infiltrated by the Smiler. Despite the high security of the facility, it was not able to withstand the enormous wave of Smilers. Everyone, the personnel and subjects, were killed in the bloody raid. All but one.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate it.
So this is where it ends.
Bro, that's a sucky way for the world to go out. Everyone just, like, kills each other. Oh, I guess that's the aliens, because I mentioned earlier that it seems the plague is of another world.
What? No.
That did psychic damage, what the heck?
I was there during that whole outbreak. I stayed in my basement for a whole year.
Is that John Cena?
Yeah. I had to get used to living in such a claustrophobic space where I'd risk getting infected or brutally murdered by those psychos. The tricky part was getting food. I'd carefully walk around streets with a gas mask, avoiding the infested areas. And the competition for food was like really, really high. So lots of fights would happen. Supermarkets that were abandoned, with like a high chance of a smiler, intervening. And I got to witness one myself. God, oh my God, it was the bloodiest thing I have ever seen. It was insane. And later on, the outbreak, we learned that these like seemingly unstoppable variant disease could be burned by heat and caustics. And it was quite the revelation because it was quite the revelation that we needed, because we realized that we could fight back with these, impossible to kill spiralers. I mean, those creatures could lift cars and survive bullets. And they were really scary because they also don't really even look like humans anymore. So when it finally ended,
Thanks, Gil.
I decided to
people
move
are just
to
here to
San
wait for me to
Francisco
mess
for
up.
good
Appreciate
because
that.
initially I was too traumatized to stay in that city. Went through a violent outbreak. And since then,
That's
I
right,
led
Ray,
a
we're
peaceful
gonna type
life,
74.
got married, had a child, but that whole outbreak, it feels like it just ended yesterday. It's hard to believe it was 20 years ago. Time flies.
So it ended with the aliens. Did everyone get killed? Yeah, I liked it. It was well done. I enjoyed it. Okay, we'll save getting to a whole other series right now. It was good. I enjoyed it. People have said Midwest Angelica several times. This is Midwest Angelica. I'll put it on the watch later. Looks cool. Alright. Oh, thank you, Keelan. Thank you all so much. Alright, I'm gonna take a nap, and then I'm gonna go pick up my wife, and then I'm done with you people for good. I can have mercy and peace and slumber, and I don't have to deal with you anymore. I'm so excited. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna go nap, but for real though, thank you all for being here through these crazy streams. There'll be not as often as they were this week, but there'll be more in the future. So subscribe, hit that bell, whatever. Thank you all so much for being here. Enjoyed you all. Thank you so much to everyone who donated. You do not have to do it. You shouldn't do it, but it does mean the world, and I appreciate it. Thank you all very much. So I will talk to you guys later. No, you can make your own Discord, but I'm staying away from Discord. I don't use it. I don't need to learn another app. But I appreciate it anyway, President. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you for your time and your attention. It does mean the most. I hope that you all enjoyed, and I believe that should do it for now. I will talk to you all later, and thank you for the donations and whatnot, and I will see you in the next one.